barely gonna lose. Fuck. God damn it. God damn it. Meanwhile, every Circuit Chronos player played 10 games. Fuck. Fuck. Fucking clown. Fuck. Fuck.
That spell isn't ready yet.
Literally played him today on this account unranked. Guys are watching it. Happen. This is terrible. This is how many games today have I played that were? How many? This is terrible. This is terrible. Fuck! Fuck! If the stream snipers and the fucking smurfs leave me alone, I win so many games I'm not
It's
supposed
too
to
far
be
away.
here!
Eesh.
Unit of claim emulator. A senior line. Well, Southeast Asia. Japanese police policies only released info. First who created near thread was a Kiwi mod who got trolled so hard. When against the farm, got doxxed and unmasked as a furry on him. He said he wanted to take the farms down to make them past crimes. Apparently in contact with the mayor before. Side thing. He also has an extensive history of role-playing and fuckery. Japanese IP laws are strict. Internet people speculated that Nier may have run afoul of this by person generating stuff and using the emulator. Eventually getting sued over this is the answer to the question of why in the fuck would they ever fake this. Internet randos would claim that someone with Nier's distinct typing style is regularly actors out when they live stream. Nier did indeed. I read, but this was stretch. The Nier persona was 100% mine. Could be suicided by just never logging back on. Nier was apparently pretty disliked by some sections of the emulator community over the big stash of games. I honestly don't understand this one. He's on the other hand doesn't seem interested in it. I've been able to speculate on exactly what it was in his thread that he could have wanted removed from the internet. There was nothing really wild or slick. I'm pretty sure even she who must not be named security much larger than it was. And Nier is like the big suicide that I just like. And oh yeah, zero death notice. And about the shut-ins. There you go. That's your.
They can't join our group. I'm out of range. I need to get closer.
Okay. Testing zero evidence. It's gonna be the same. What are the chances of another Vosh threat on me? Probably. That's serious? That's not okay. I feel it.
Please stand up. The fuck's wrong with this game, man? Cool. Just gave this guy gold and the game froze on me. Fucking annoying. It's one way to waste gold. Scourge event?
It's too far away.
Nice. 10 gold. Alright, hinterlands.
Farewell.
Reading Comp Guide, Wrath of the Lich King Classic. Wait, oh! Earpugs, yes!
What is going on? this is Earpugs, and in this video I'm going to be going over what makes an arena comp powerful. I get a lot of questions like, should me and my friend play XYZ comp, is it strong, etc. So rather than just saying, oh that comp is good, play that comp is bad, etc., I will be explaining what makes a comp strong in this video. There are many different factors that make a team composition good or bad for arena, however I'm going to be simplifying everything down to 4 things. With number 1 being pressure, number 2 being synergy, number 3 crowd control, and number 4 survivability. A very strong comp will have all 4 of these things, however you don't necessarily need all 4 to make something work. Starting off with pressure, this is simply applying damage to a target, potentially creating a kill window. Many comps create pressure in different ways. For example, Turbo Cleave creates pressure by purging off all of the buffs on the kill target while doing a ton of damage in tandem with Mortal Strike and of course wind shearing the healer. Since all 3 of those things generate so much pressure, they rarely need CC to actually land a kill. There are also teams that rely more heavily on CC than damage to land a kill. These are often spell cleaves like Mage Lock Shaman. Since this team has so much crowd control, it is very common that you will see a spell cleave controlling the entire enemy team while looking for a good target to hit that is out of position. While both of these teams have very different playstyles, they both end up generating the same result, which is a lot of pressure on the kill target and a chance to land a kill. If a team can't generate any pressure, then it's very unlikely that they're going to be landing a kill, therefore making it a bad team composition. There are also multiple different ways that damage is distributed depending on what teammates you have. This is important to be aware of for many reasons. Let's say that you are planning to play a Retribution Paladin. This spec has a large amount of utility for their team, on top of some decent sustained damage and a very high amount of burst, while also not having a ton of CC. This makes them pair well with any class who also shares a high amount of burst, and would do even better if that class also offered some CC, making Marksmanship Hunter a great choice for them. On top of the Hunter having a ton of burst and a ton of CC, they also have a 50% healing reduction with their aim shot, making them pair even better. On the other hand, if we took a Retribution Paladin and partnered them with an Affliction Warlock, that combo wouldn't have as great synergy as the Hunter, seeing as the Affliction Warlock's playstyle revolves around rotting the enemy team to death while not having very much burst to land a kill. The Warlock of course does offer some crowd control, so you could make this work if you wanted to, however it wouldn't be a super strong pairing since the classes don't synergize together. Speaking of synergy, while your teammates do need synergy to be effective, this is referring to the way that classes synergize and distribute damage. A classic example of great synergy is Rogue Mage. Both of these classes have extremely high targeted burst damage on top of having a ton of crowd control that doesn't DR with each other. This allows them to almost infinitely reset and burst targets in a stun lock over and over and over until they finally land a kill. Synergy is an extremely important factor when creating a team composition. Another very important factor to synergy is diminishing returns, or DRs. If you have 2 classes that share a lot of DRs with each other, it can pose a big problem. For example, a Disciplined Priest's main form of CC is their Psychic Stream. If paired with a Warlock whose main form of CC is also Fear, it reduces the value of that priest having that CC. Whereas if you paired that priest with a Feral Druid, you would add Cyclone, Bash, and Entangling Roots, all which do not DR with the priest CC. This brings us to number 3, which is crowd control. CC is an invaluable tool for both playing offensively and defensively. Some comps have minimal amounts of CC and some comps have tons of it. An important thing to keep in mind is that crowd control only matters when you are applying pressure by dealing damage. For example, let's say you have a bunch of CC and you use all of it on the enemy team while dealing no damage. You are actually putting yourself behind, seeing as there's no damage going out, and you are now putting them on DR faster, giving you 0 pressure, completely making your CC useless. So it is always important to partner your CC with damage. Certain comps rely exclusively on CC to land kills, like MLS, LSP, RMP, etc., whereas other comps rely on almost no crowd control to land kills, like TSG, Turbo Cleave, Beast Cleave, etc. Both of these playstyles are very strong when used correctly, however, utilizing even the smallest amount of CC at the right time is guaranteed to win you a game, even for a melee cleave. The final thing to consider when making a composition is survivability. This is a very obvious factor, however, this doesn't just mean lots of heals. Crowd control also offers a ton of survivability, seeing as if the enemy DPS can't deal any damage, then they aren't going to kill anything. On top of that, having a DPS that can dispel magic like a Ret Paladin, for example, gives your team a lot more survivability, seeing as they can now dispel their healer out of CCs. How much utility and crowd control a team has will affect how offensively or defensively they can effectively play. Let's take a look at a melee cleave like TSG, for example. This comp has some defensives, and yes, the Holy Paladin has a lot of healing. However, the only way that this team can actually generate any pressure is by running a target down and beating it to death. If they aren't connected to a target and they are forced to go defensive, they effectively have almost zero pressure, and in many scenarios, once a melee cleave is forced to go defensive and hide on a pillar, it is very hard for them to recover, seeing as they are just going to get picked apart by the other team, since they don't have any threat of landing a kill by line of sighting on a pillar. On the other hand, let's look at a comp like MLD or Magelock Druid. This comp technically has an unlimited CC chain with Fear, Polymorph, Cyclone, and Roots. Since they have these abilities ready at any time, they are able to utilize them whether they need to play defensively or offensively. This gives them a lot more versatility than a melee cleave would have, seeing as they're going to be able to recover from a lot of scenarios where they usually would die by simply removing the enemy team off of them until they recover and then get back on the offensive. These types of comps are of course very, very hard to play, seeing as all three players need to be playing very fast and abusing the trinkets of the enemy team in order to make this comp work. Whenever you are considering or asking yourself, would this team composition work, it is very important to consider these four things. You could even take them and apply these four things to any comp in the game, and if they have all four things, then it's very likely that that comp could definitely do well. Just because a team doesn't have all four doesn't necessarily mean that it's not viable, it just means that you're going to have to play around your strengths and not your weaknesses. Let's say you have a team that has low survivability but very high damage, for example something like Feral Rogue. You're both very squishy and you both have a ton of damage, however if you're forced to go defensive it is very hard to come back from that. In order to counteract that, it would be very important that you get the opener that you want, giving you that pressure you need right off the bat, immediately giving you a chance to land a kill. Liking the video helps me out immensely. Consider supporting the channel on Patreon or joining as a member on YouTube. Once Wrath of the Lich King is out, I will be creating a ton of different comp guides as well as beginner guides for Arena and even add-ons and macros, so definitely keep your eyes peeled once Wrath actually comes out because I will be making a ton of content. Thank you very much for watching and we will see you guys in the next video.
Of 5 tanks, so 10 total. Now, the scary thing is when you stasis that much stuff, when it unfreezes, it a lot of times will kill everything that you've got. Now, he's going to come in here again. Keep in mind that Free is soaking resources from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bases. I guess the main is natural. Main's mined out, natural was mined out, but you get what I'm saying. He's getting enough that he can just dump these units onto the opponent and keep remaking. And listen, all Free has to do is basically keep these Nexuses alive. Even if they die, if he remakes it, that's fine.
Oh my god, is he gonna break this push? He does lose that Nexus, so that's actually very painful. Great EMP goes down on those two Arbiters, so a very long time before we're gonna have energy. A couple minutes, in fact, before another stasis can come out of that. And it feels like Rush is just about to break Free's back here. It feels like Free has been on the edge of dying for quite some time, but has done some amazing moves to stay in this. But how do you do it now? It just doesn't feel like he's able to get quite enough units to break in.
Yeah, I think he got close. I think when we saw the Dragoons not run away when he was losing the fight, I think that was really watching Free run out of steam here. He can still function on 4 bases, but not having the big boost of income from these 2 bases on the left side, and also quietly dropping back, he's going to take, I think, he's going to float to the lower left. Basically taking one of the few last spots, but that's going to keep Rush able to power ahead here.
Yeah, Rush is just kind of running around with these smaller groups of units right now because Free is active on the map. Rush finally going to be taking another base. He's blowing up 9 o'clock now. Free doing a good job like clearing mines. He's trying to stay active and keep some area in between like the reinforcements and that main chunk of army. But he is going to have to make a move here. Not sure what it's going to be, but he's going to have to do it.
Yeah, well, he's going to go around. Keep in mind, there's not a lot of minerals at the Terran bases besides the new one. Ooh, good dodge. Got to be careful when the Arbiter's that low. Sometimes it's just going to die to a stray Goliath shot. So look, if he can maybe take a fight here, and then get that bottom left base, maybe he's got a shot. Man, oh man, I mean, oh gosh, these are great storms here. But you know, it's funny. It's like the Protoss is getting surrounded here.
Yeah,
and I think
he's being flanked.
We just saw Free scratching his head. Like I don't know what to do. GG. I think
okay.
That was... Go ahead.
Yeah, I have a big thought about this game because I think that Free towards the end was playing like some immaculate PvT, but he had gotten himself behind. That attack he did in the bottom left, he was maxed out, and then he threw away 70 supply for like absolutely nothing. Like that little tiny attack, that attack in the bottom left through that tiny choke, just that was a huge mistake. Honestly, with the quality of play he did after that, if he had not made that move and instead just played with his kind of runaround game, finding flanks, clearing mines and stuff, I think he absolutely could have beaten Rush this game.
Yeah.
Like, obviously, the whole game would have looked different from there because Rush would have just immediately attacked or something. But, yeah, I think that was a gigantic mistake for Free because after that, he was playing so well that Rush was having a really hard time despite having a reasonable edge.
I always feel like Rush looks like he just found out his dog died. Like, he just won this game, and he looks so sad. I don't even get it. Like, before the game, he looks sad. After the game, he looks sad.
Dude, he's got resting Terran face.
Yeah, it's good. Guys, we're going to have a resting viewer break, and then we're going to come back to another TVP. Stay tuned.
상큼함 맥스 칼로리 X 맛있는 탐스 제로 요즘 제일 탐나는 제로 탐스 제로 같이 떠나볼래?
달달한 충전이 필요할 땐 칸타타.
형님들 아프리카에 승부 예측 승리 아세요, 여러분들? 아니 e스포츠 여기 탭이 있잖아요, 여러분들. 아니 이게 생겼더라. 아 진짜요? 아 그럼 전 미안할게요. 모바일 똑같이 아래 검색어에 e스포츠 잼이라는 포인트가 있어요. 아프리카 내에서 쓸 수 있는 잼을 하라고 생각하시면 돼요. 잼을 사은품으로 교환 가능하다고요? 이 잼을 음모로 다 할 수 있어요. 키보드 벌써 나갔네. 아이폰 갤럭시 탭. 아 이게 200잼이야? 교환까지 할 수 있으니까 형님들 아프리카 승부 예측 많이 사랑 부탁드립니다.
Welcome back, everybody. ASL Group F continues on. But first, before we go into game number 2, we want to take a second and thank everybody who's been supporting us on Patreon. That is patreon.com/ASL English. If you've been watching this for a long time and you haven't signed up already, we want to give you a little poke, a little push, a little bit of encouragement to go to the site and do that, where you can support us and our editors and translators in our endeavor to keep the history of Brood War and the history of ASL alive forever.
Yeah, and I tell you, after watching that game, it certainly deserves it. The fact that you're getting games as dynamic as that 24 years after a video game for the PC comes out is pretty amazing. What a very, very nice game. One of my favorites of this season so far. But yeah, this group is looking fantastic. And I can't wait for the rest of these games. I hope that we get TVP all day, honestly.
Yeah, I would be down for that. I like doing these deep dives into one matchup. You know, where we get to see, you know, a lot of different flavors of that. Up next, it's going to be Mong versus Harangi. Now, I don't know that we're necessarily going to have a game like that last one. Although we could, but I feel like this one might be a cheesier one. I could be wrong. Mong also, he likes to be aggressive at times in this matchup. I think he's a solid PvP player in general.
Yeah, he's actually, I think he's one of the stronger TVP players overall in the Terran scene. Like, I mean, I don't know exactly what rank he would go at as a Terran overall, but he's really a beast of macro. With factory units, like, that guy can actually macro. He's one of the best, basically, making vultures and tanks, I guess is what I'm going to say. So I think if we get into a big macro game, you're going to see, like, ridiculous amounts of units out of him. So I feel like Harangi is actually going to be the one that kind of dictates this. Is it going to be a cheesy, aggressive game? Is it going to be a big macro game? And I think Harangi should actually try to screw Mong up early, because I do think Mong will out-macro him otherwise.
Yeah, I think if they go into just a macro game in general, I think Mong's a little bit tougher. But, excuse me, but I mean, let's see. You know, Butter, again, it really does allow the full range of play on it. But man, it can be boxy in the late game, like we saw in that last one. You know, not a lot of room to run around. So this is going to be our second match of the evening. Keep in mind that Rush is waiting for the winner of this best of one. And, you know, we have these 4 players left, the last 4 in the round of 24. Everybody else is either in the round of 16 or they're out of the ASL. So we're getting close to the next chapter.
Well, I am ready for it. Butter 2, let's see where Harangi's going to send that first probe.
Okay. We've got Mong in the bottom right, Harangi in the top right. Oh, and I might say this one more time during the cast, but I'm going to say this now before I forget. There is going to be downtime between the round of 24 and the round of 16. I know you guys are trying to avoid spoilers, and that this, you know, basically, if you're following this version of ASL, it's treated like it's a Netflix special or something. And so you don't want to be reading the news or anything. If you don't see the round of 16 right away, it's because it hasn't happened yet. Korean Thanksgiving is coming. There's going to be a whole week off. They have the group draws as well, which we'll be doing.
And we'll have that translated,
yes.
So no worries there.
Yeah, we'll have that for you guys too. But then there's going to be a little while without ASL until it comes back. So, and I'm just saying that you might want to be reminding each other of that too, because I know every season of ASL we have a slightly late start. We got to get it translated, get the new visual assets edited. But yeah, once the round of 16 gets here, Artosis and I will get those recorded. We'll get Africa TV to put those out. But just be aware, this is going to be the last cast for a little bit from Artosis and me, besides that group draw, which of course will be translated.
It's too far away.
And while you were saying that, Tasteless, look at this. I got gas first to try to stop that steal. But we saw there, Mong actually has, and I wasn't aware of this, I watched Mong a fair amount, so I know his TVP's good, but he has the second highest TVP win rate in Flash in ASL.
That's crazy.
It's above White. So that shows that, yeah, he's really good at this matchup. He's just very strong as a macro Terran, so that's kind of exciting. Of course, he doesn't have as many games as Light, so it's harder, you know, the more games you play, but he's been around since Season 1, so he has a good amount.
Oh my God, he's gonna go get him now! Oh, he's got 1 HP!
Gotta repair.
Oh, he can still do it, he does it! That probe just went by and slapped the SCV on the ass. Killed it. Did you see that, dude?
I did see that. Oh man, that's some scary probe micro right there. Mong, Getting overconfident with that repair. I mean, you gotta repair by 2 SCVs if you want to get out of that range. But look, he gets the kill despite the fact that Mong got that gas up really quickly. And yeah, I mean, the gas first ended up working out. A lot of people ask about why don't Terrans just gas first if the probe is coming? And the answer is, if there is a proxy gate, you die. Yep. Because like your barracks gets to be so late, like your barracks, I mean, it's going to be forever before you have a Marine out. If you want the factory quickly, you actually slow down the second depot a lot of times with builds like this. So that would be why. But I mean, the metagame has really shifted away from proxy gates, especially at the pro level. So I think from Mong, it wasn't a terrible choice.
Yeah, I don't think it was necessarily that bad. Like you said, you know, the meta is in a different spot, so he basically is just reading this and playing out the meta. But you know, when you get the gas up, a lot of times this does hiccup whatever the Protoss had in store here, right? I mean, you're playing a game where you didn't get to take that gas from them right away.
Wow, 3 probes were outside of the Nexus. I don't know what happened there. Maybe a misrally or misclick or something. Not sure entirely. But the SC comes up and it sees Nexus on the way, range on the way. Yeah, I mean, nothing like too far out of the ordinary. It kind of looks normal from Harangi as far as Mong's side. Like, I mean, he didn't get offensive gas, so he has to be happy about that. Little Vulture expand plus bunker here. So he is just as safe as can be. And, you know, the Vulture is just going to kind of be out on the map. It can do some scouting. It threatens a run by, which makes you keep a Dragoon at home.
This is the first gold vein I have seen.
We'll see if he goes mines, if he goes second factory, what Mong's plan is.
Like,
here.
period.
Now, whenever you see
How wild is that?
It basically means they're going to make a command center, but this is a weird game, right? I don't know how confident Harangi is right now, not knowing what Terran's up to. You know, it's not the craziest thing to make a bunker and 2 factories. That was a little bit more popular a little while ago. Stuff like that, it seems like 2 factory has not really been a thing for about, you know, 2 or 3 years, I feel like.
Yeah.
But, you know, it just keep in mind that the Protoss does have quite a bit of ambiguity as far as, like, what they see.
These mobs are kind of insane.
Yeah, certainly he's not sure of what's going on Mong's side. It looks like it's probably a mines opener here, which is kind of like the standard macro play at the moment. His Vulture did get in, we saw, and it killed, like, I think 2 probes and saw the Robo, so that was just a fantastic use of that Vulture. And Dragoon's starting to walk across. He's got to be careful, though, because, I mean, if your opponent goes mines and you're just walking around the map with goons, that does not end well.
Yeah, you need to be very careful in moments like this. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Well, I don't even know what to say.
Well, yeah, as soon as you see Vultures out at all, it's like you have to assume they're going mines. And guess what? If they're not going mines, it means they're going speed, which means you better have your goons at home.
Yeah, no.
2 Vultures of speed get in, you lose like 8 probes.
Once Vultures with speed get out on the map, you'd have to, like, run and just go back in your base and be ready and be defending because, you know, it's not the hardest thing to defend, but if they do get in there and, like, kill all your workers, you're probably just, you know, and you lose the game, you probably lost because of that.
Well, we saw the Academy is done, as well as Armory getting started now. The Vulture's just getting some great scouting intel. They checked the left side third, you know, has some mines over there, so that's kind of secured for now. Sees the Nexus going up at the little pocket third that has been so popular, and just starts the second factory now. Gets that scan up as well, and yeah, what he's going to scout here is we're going up to 4 gate observers, so you have to take that, like, a little bit seriously. They can field a lot of units with the 4-gate observer when they're going third. It's like just kind of like a safety build, I think, and it has a potential to punish if you try to take a third really quickly as Terran. But honestly, on Butter, no one, like, you just can't take a third quickly on this map. You have to get a good amount of factories.
Yeah, no, this map kind of. One thing I think for the Terrans on this map is I think it makes a lot of the decisions for you just based off how it's shaped.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
You know, if you try to, you know, get 2 factories that just throw a CC over, on one of these bases, you'll learn very quickly why you can't do that.
Yes, we certainly will. You just won't be able to hold on to anything at all. But yeah, honestly, I like Butter a lot more than Eclipse so far. It's like, it's a hard to take third, just like Eclipse, but it's a thinner map. So overall, like, you're going to be a little bit more stable against, like, things like Arbor, like we were talking about in that previous game.
Do you wonder, actually, here, I'll rephrase this. I wonder if this map may bring out some two-base carrier play. You know,
that's interesting.
Because Terran is sort of encouraged, I think, by the geography of the map to, like, not attack right away and not expand right away and kind of play safe. I feel like that could be pretty good for carriers sometimes. You know, if they can just get to 4 carriers, things get a lot easier. And, you know, this was really, you know, the era of Mini, right? Where Mini was like, you can, you know, watch the million different ways I just get carriers out barely and win, right? Remember that finals? Yeah. But, you know, on a map like this, I don't think it would be a bad idea. Nobody seems to be doing it yet, but this map is very new, and we're probably going to get very familiar with this map for a long time to come.
Yeah, I think the question about two-base carrier, whether or not it's going to be good in a particular game, is did you get Terran go eBay or not? Because that's when Terran really dies to two-base carrier, because you just don't know about it. When you know about it, there's like a lot of things that you can do, and then when you find out, when you see a carrier, that's the worst case scenario. So yeah, it could become something like that, I guess. Like, I think it just has to do with, are you doing builds that are going to force that engineering bay? And thus slow down the academy, which would allow Terran to scout it.
Oh, that's an interesting concept. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, that's kind of what I think about with it. It's like any eBay build is weak to carrier. But looking at the mini-map, I guess we can't see it right this second because we're only looking at Harangi vision, but there's mines everywhere, and he's hidden his starport here and is going up the side. This is like really funny to see Mong do. Like, look at the mini-map, man. It's like I'm looking at StarCraft Insert. He's got vision everywhere.
You know how the Native Americans used every part of the bison? This is like, Mong has used every part of the map, like, perfectly. Like, nothing's gone to waste. He's making 2 Arbiter Tribunals. That's not a thing, Artosis.
Oh, tasteless. He's got to get energy and stasis.
Like, 2 Arbiter Tribunals. Snake Eyes. Okay.
This Vulture drop not doing too much, but this little Vulture run by, I mean, between the two, I guess they got some damage done. But yeah, that is funny, the 2 Arbiter Tribunal. You're right. Is
a lot of minerals,
2 Ultralisk Cavern is a thing, 2 Hydralisk Den is a thing, 2 Arbiter Tribunal is not a thing.
Yeah. Well, he cancels it. It's fine. This will have little, if any, impact on this game. Oh, that's funny. He just snipes that with the Wraith.
Third base on location since he has so much vision around here. You know, just harassing a little bit with the Vultures as he can. He's seen, you know, the tech that's coming, and it is heavy, heavy, heavy gateway. Oh, that's so many gateways. I think this might be, like, this build in general, like, he is just, I think he's trying to max very, very quickly with the Arbiter. And obviously, and fit behind this. But I could see Mon actually getting run over. His build has been very technical so far. Lots of Vultures. He went dropship. He's taking a third on location. Look at the supply differential. Like, this is a 60 supply advantage for Harangi. That's pretty scary at these numbers. If Harangi clears the mines and gets down there, it's going to be hard to hold on to both spots.
Yeah, I mean, Harangi looks like he wants to come in here and just clobber it. And you know what? This could work. You know, Terrans, a lot of times, they'll come out like this. You know, they've been on 2 bases. There's a 3rd base now. But they've been on 2 bases for a while, powered up. And they may not be ready for the fact that, excuse me, this is basically a 12-minute max out on supply. One of the fastest max outs you can do. And it's basically done where he's going to have all the units queued up. And then he makes a 4th and a 5th after that. And you know, this might work.
Yeah, Mong is setting up a great defensive position, though. Lots of mines, getting his turrets down, spreading his tanks. in theory, you have enough units to defend at the supply that Mong has, but it's tough. Like, you could get broken here. Let's see, here it comes. And actually, yeah, there's no turrets. It is a Wraith and Bunker trying to be the anti-air here. He's got to get a lot of scans down. This is tough. Okay, a Vessel comes over for some support, but I think Harangi actually still has potential to break right through here.
Yeah, some of these Dragoons are getting stuck on the barracks, which could be annoying, but, you know, this was like the bulk of the tanks, right? I mean, I see 3 tanks on screen now. And keep in mind that, you know, the supplies have plummeted on both sides, but no doubt Harangi is going to come back here with a lot of units again.
I tell you what, that floating barracks and that depot really saved Mong. Like, those two, between them, sucked up like 800 damage, which is pretty insane. If that 800 had been put onto units at the same time that everything else was, that would have looked very, very different. I think that, like, Mong would have lived just barely with reinforcements, but it would have been a lot tougher. So, fantastic with the buildings there.
Yeah, it's funny what, like, one barracks like that will do. You got to keep in mind that even though we're watching that attack, Harangi has to go back to macro. Like, you have to... One thing about Brood War, and StarCraft, I think, in general, is that, like, people that think the pros are doing everything at once don't really understand how the game is actually played. You're trying to do as many things as you can, and some people are so good it looks like they're doing things, you know, everything at once. But, you know, it's kind of hard to macro and make sure you're not attacking the barracks and get the tanks and do all that. So, I mean, that was a positional setup Mong had that really went very nicely. Now, there's an Arbiter coming in here, and I think he can actually just go right over the SCVs and recall here.
Yeah, that recall is going to be pretty strong. There are mines that will end up hitting here, but that's a good recall. And it looks like, I don't know exactly how much damage he'll get done. A lot of these Zealots are stuck. Oh, I love that defense matrix as well off the Arbiter. And it's a pretty good cleanup here from Mong, to be honest.
Yeah, Mong was pretty ready. I think one of the mistakes he made is he didn't have his army ready to hit the third. A lot of times you want that army to be right outside their third so that when you recall, then you're actually hitting 2 areas at once.
Yeah, that can be a really, really good thing there. Ooh, is he going to get EMP? I guess not. We haven't even seen EMP yet. You might not even have it. I imagine he does. But maybe not enough energy to zap that Arbiter with either stasis at this point.
Can't believe he didn't stasis that earlier and run in. You know, I feel like, keep in mind, you know, Protoss don't have a lot of opportunities to just recall endlessly if the Terran is, you know, good at remaking turrets and doing all this. They should eventually be locked out of that option. But man, I feel like Mong has kind of parried every attack on the way and is in a pretty good spot now.
Yeah, he's on 3 base here, and Harangi's gone up to 5. He's not mining from the 5th quite yet, but he'll get probes over there as it finishes up. Mong needs to really get his forward. That's kind of the important thing right now.
Yeah.
And he's also got to watch out for these recalls still, because even though he's like tightening his defense, as he takes the fourth, that does spread him a little bit more. And he has to watch out for the recalls, which I think that's what we're about to see right here, Tasis. Another recall onto the third.
This is a big one here. Right on top of the SCVs and the tanks. He'll take all this out, and I think he might want to try to target the command center here.
Yeah, I think that would have been a good move, but he hasn't done it, so I don't think he has time now.
No, I think you're right. Yeah, it's like, you got to act very fast. If you can get the command center, things slow down quite a bit because they're just not getting the resources they need anymore. Now, this is funny.
Yeah, if you're on 5 and you kill the third base with the recall, the game is basically done.
Yeah.
But this was still a good recall. That was a quality recall. Like, he got a lot of SCVs and stuff. He's slowing him down as he takes all his SCVs to his 5th. And we still just don't see Mong moving into position for a 4th command center yet.
Yeah. I'm sorry. What is over at the center right? Is that an Arbiter or is that an Observer? I guess it's an Observer.
I think it's Observer.
Yeah. I thought that we were about to have another recall. Sorry. Yeah, you know what? I think Harangi, there's been some highs and lows in his play, but, like, he's honestly kind of gotten to where he needs to be. And like Terran on 3 base needs to be respected by the Protoss, but you have to remember that they are not going to be creating many more opportunities unless they get the 4th and the 5th. You know, a Terran on 3 base can push and doesn't have that many places to defend, but I feel like Mong's already been pretty badly abused. Oh, gets the vessel too.
Yeah, backing up. Some vultures come from behind. Ooh, these goons, they look like they are going to end up being mostly trapped here. Trying to run away up the hill, but there's mines waiting for them there as well. So a nice catch on that group of goons, but Mong can't attack it. That was a great moment, but he really needs that 4th base. There's just no way to win if he doesn't get it quickly.
I think that Mong's got a really good read here. He's going to come down here and preempt this recall. I don't know if he scanned that or if he just sensed it.
This recall, not sure if it's going to work quite as well here. It gets down, he's sieging up. He's going to be able to clear this pretty quickly and efficiently.
Yeah, Harangue needs to be careful here too. Like, you know, you can't be that wasteful. I guess the good news is he is killing SCVs, right? The SCV count should be pretty damn low right now.
And finally, we have that 4th base up and SCVs added. But you can see Mong's bank is literally non-existent. He is having a hard time, economically speaking. He has lost a lot of SCVs. The 4th base is late. Harangue looks to be getting ready to take yet another base.
Yeah.
And honestly, if Harangue just keeps up this type of play, I think it's going to be strong, right? Like, you're threatening these recalls and everything. Mong has to really fortify his 3rd and 4th, make sure that those are not going to go down. And then what does he do? Like, do you push into the boomerang and try to take that 5th base? I think so. I think that's really the only play, because it attacks and defends at the same time.
Yeah, I feel like you're right. Well, for now, it's going to be Harangue trying to clean up all these spider mines on the map. I gotta say, Mong's done like a really good job of basically refilling the map with spider mines. A really easy way to sometimes just win if the Protoss is bad is to just run into the mines. You know, now, again, Mong's never really been maxed out this game, right? And that's kind of what we've been waiting for. Now, if he's not maxed out, that does mean that Protoss can maybe force a fight. So up here, I don't. Oh God.
Well, he doesn't have that many units, so this is going to be a little bit cost inefficient, but Harangue is making his way up. Mong should be having the majority of his army coming over to make sure he does not lose his command center. Unfortunately, Goliath's coming up first against Zealots is not the way to do it. He's going to lose a lot of high-value units. And, oh, man, a High Templar coming here as well. A couple of them.
Oh my God, it was the greatest
Dude.
storm of all time.
It really
It was
was.
so good. I can't even believe it.
Yeah. Tasteless, I think this game is just about done now.
Yeah, there were some cool ideas from Mong, but he didn't do his job in that he needed to get into like a healthy spot late game, and Protoss did that, and he did it. And usually these games are decided a lot of times by like how the dance in the mid game was done. And basically Harangue, he stayed on top of it with the recalls. I think the subtle thing was the number of SCVs that were killed during the recalls. It seemed like Mong was never able to kind of crawl back from that. Whereas Harangue, I think he's probably on like 70 probes right now or something. And you know, he's basically hitting one spot and Terran is limping, and then Harangue comes at a different angle and cripples Harangue there. And I mean, the next attack, I think, you know, he can pick wherever he wants to go from here.
Yeah, his supply is just dwarfing what Mong has left over. He's got those storms coming in as well. Here comes the Arbiter, freezes a couple of the tanks, and I think that this is pretty much going to be game.
By the way, when you see Mong stay back as far as he did, and the fact that Mong didn't take that base at the upper right or center right on his side, that did allow the Arbiters to come in and recall like that. If you take your third and have it cover your main, it's a lot harder to have main recalls versus Arbiter. Kind of a big idea picture here.
Yeah, we were literally talking about that in the last game.
Yeah.
Right? Like how the thinness of the map and putting that there and everything. Yeah, I think you're actually extremely right about that. That should, in TvP, probably be your third base.
Extremely right.
Right? It's just to make yourself more spread out makes you weaker against Arbiter.
Super extreme.
Yeah, exactly. If if you're all camped up, then there's not as much they can do. And, you know, even though we're seeing Mong kind of bend this, what's more important is that there's just no, you know, stability here on these two bases. The third and the fourth, you know, in opposite spots. So if you don't cement your position in both, you're not going to keep either.
And, I mean, yeah, Mong will clean up these small attacks over and over. You know, to be fair, Harangi is out of minerals at 3 of his bases, but he has 3 fully mining bases, whereas Mong right now has, like, he's having a hard time mining from that 4th at all.
Yeah.
And, yeah, it's a bit rough. His natural should be just about out of minerals. And, in fact, he's so saturated. Yeah, that's basically gone. He's so saturated his 3rd base that it's going to run out pretty quickly as well.
And so, I really did think we were going to see the end of this with those 2 stasises, but the game is going on a little bit longer. Mong going to send his vultures out here. And hey, dude, these are pretty big catches right now. You know, we would be remiss to skip over the fact that the bases that Harangi is mining from are pretty close. And if you don't get the killing blow off on Mong, I mean, this is a Terran player that can kind of hang on and try to turtle it out. And, you know, Harangi's already shown that he's a player who is capable of overextending when he's in a good spot, right? So let's see what happens.
Yeah. I mean, it's a 12 base map, right? Where bigger maps, like a 4-player map, is generally 16 bases. So it's not like Protoss can get that infinite economy, even taking those left-hand sides. Like, if you get up to like 5 as Mong and you purely turtle and they attack into you, you can kind of weather that, but it seems unlikely that that's how the game will end up flowing from here. It's just Mong is so low. Look at this 112 supply. You feel pretty helpless as Terran at that supply because you just can't set up an attack.
Yeah, and take a look here. This is going to be a huge recall. And again, you know, for all the effort that was put in there to capture that location at the top, I mean, again, I think Harangi probably needs to be a little bit more on top of trying to snipe the command centers here, because it really does slow Terran down so much to have to remake a CC. And remember, sometimes they can't even make it on site, right? So that's a headache as well. Nice storms down here, and this is how you win with Storm Arbiter here is, you know, you draw them into a spot where they can't take advantage of siege mode. He's recalling here. Okay, I think we are almost to the end of this game. 2 very long TDPs, and I mean, let's keep in mind, this means Harangi is going to go up against Rush now, so we might have 2 more very long TVPs here.
Yeah, that's right. Well done by Harangi. I think that the build really worked out well for him. The rush up into Arbiter, it was a very technical opener for Mong, which can make it a little bit tough when your opponent's going 3 base, really mass units with Arbiter. And Harangi did very good trades throughout the games. He definitely had like maybe 2 recalls that weren't super good, but the rest of them really were strong and gained him strong advantages. So well done. Like, this is the guy, I guess I'm underestimating him a little bit here today. And as far as Mong goes, he never really got everything rolling together, and I think your analysis is correct. He should have taken the other base, which would have secured him a bit better against Arbiter.
Yeah, it organically insulates the main from recall, which is, you know, that's how that game was won. That's kind of an old school PvT ending there, is just recall. Elsewhere, you mentioned Terran just has too many fires. They can't put it all out, and the Protoss topples them. So can Harangi do it against Rush? I mean, I guess we're going to find out, man. Still 3 more best of what's to go as we move forward here into the round of 24 guys. Short break, quick break.
It's too far away. That spell isn't ready yet.
상큼함 맥스 칼로리 X 맛있는 함 제로 요즘 제일 탐나는 제로 우리들의 제로 탐스 제로 떠나볼래?
저울링 나오는 타이밍에 트리플 빠르게 지금은 평소보다 더 빠르게 히드라리스를 올려서 준비를 하고 있죠. 자 들어가서 히드라 나오는 걸 자 발견을 했어요. 두 번째 캐릭까지는 빠르게 확보를 해
SCV around before Harangi saw that he saw the Nexus, right? So that might make Harangi be a little bit more greedy. Now he's going to go up the ramp to check, and he's going to see one gateway and a gas. You must bust here. There is not a choice.
You got to do it. And
Harangi is being, very, very greedy.
And there's no pylon on low ground and no forge coming, which a lot of times that is the ultimate shutdown, is a cannon finishing as the Marine Rush comes. But this is like so greedy that, I mean, it puts Nexus first, double gate, or, to shave. This is so greedy.
Yeah. If it's double gate, it's much more of a choice for Terran. It's like, ooh, like I might get out microed and lose. Like, you have to be careful with that choice. Whereas with this, the choice is literally made for you. You can see he's sending SCVs. He's only sending like 6, in fact, right? So, like, this is so bustable. In my opinion, Tasis, the right play from Harangi is to pull up the ramp.
Oh,
if you fight with your probes here, you might just lose the game.
I think it's still a Terran favored if you pull up the ramp, but I agree. I think that if we see him fight, that's going to be wild. I don't think he can fight because he doesn't have a probe on the other side of the map with vision of minerals, so he can do a mine move. The Protoss can't. Terran obviously is doing that right now. We're seeing it happen. And so he's going to pull out. Now, this is where the math gets kind of funny. And you really have to appreciate how strong workers are in this game because they pulled in so many minerals. There were at least 7 or 8 SCVs that were not mining because of that rush. And keep in mind, the second Nexus made a couple extra probes. So I believe actually Harangi is ahead in workers right now. He'll lose the Nexus.
100%.
He's ahead in workers. He is behind in tech, which is uncomfortable. And so now we get into a kind of funny game. Again, I would say this is like, maybe 55-45 Terran favored. But this is a pretty good recovery from, the greediest opener ever, is to basically ditch the Nexus, go right back into Dragoon range, and keep in mind that add-on just finished. The command center hasn't started. But both sides in this matchup have to play this out very carefully because a misstep on either way, and you can completely get screwed. And, okay, he beat me to it. I was going to say, we've seen experimentation with Dragoons, sometimes running around the bunker, trying to basically, like, run into the main because there's actually almost nothing they have. It doesn't seem like Harangi's going to do that. He's instead going to go for, oh, my God, he got up in the...
Why did he do that?
What am I watching?
Yeah,
That's
okay, well, he actually
why.
blocks it perfectly.
I
guess so. Yeah. He saw the robo, so that's useful. He doesn't have to go like anti-DT. Lays a few mines behind here, and of course that will be knocked down. And from here, Harangi should just make 2 Nexuses instantly.
Yeah.
Like that is the correct play. And like you mentioned, he is up in workers right now. And if he makes those 2 Nexuses against a rush, like when you see the mines, you're like, okay, well, he has like basically no units. He's making a command center because there isn't like a follow-up where you make a second factory in a build like this. It just doesn't exist because you're way too slow on everything. So, I mean, you can just instantly force us into a game where you're 3 base against 2 bases, Harangi. You just need the observer first to go make sure, you don't want to just send a probe because the vulture might wait there. Maybe there's a mine in the path, that type of thing.
Yeah, no, that's all very annoying if that happens. So we've got siege mode. I assume it's siege mode coming here. I don't see that 3rd Nexus, but he's got the minerals for it, so this has to be coming. Maybe not.
I would be pretty surprised. Like, if he does something like makes a shuttle and goes and tries to bust, I'm going to be a little bit disappointed. That is not a good way to do it. Like, if you're way far behind.
That. There was like a whole year where I streamed, and I just went Nexus first, and I was like trying all this weird stuff, and you're totally 100% right. The 3rd Nexus, I think, is the way to do it. It's a good way to balance this out. It's a gentleman's game from there on out.
And I think he will do it, right? The observer's out. He's going into Reaver. Okay, that's good. It's never bad to go Reaver. Reaver's like always strong. And we should see a probe go. There it is. There it is. Okay. So he's going to take the 3rd. It looks like he wants to take that little pocketed mineral base, which specifically on Allegro, even more than Margot, I think that's a hard base to hold these spots. It's like the most pushable base for Terran.
Oh, for sure. I'll tell you what, though, man, the 3 o'clock base on this map, it feels really far away if you don't have a lot of observers out. You know, you can take these bases. I mean, a lot of times you can cross and expand into a Hollywood version of this spot, but, you know, that's on the high ground. And, I think it's not the end of the world for us to expand close to the Terran on the 3rd base, but they do have to match it. They have to be ready.
Yeah, one thing I want to mention is the metagame in Korea has shifted immensely for Terrans. After they bust a Nexus, everyone goes 5 factory now.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm like kind of afraid of the spot that Harangi took, because 100%, like every single TVP that I've seen from the top pros, this is what they've been doing after busting the Nexus, is you make a bunch of tanks, you go 5 factory, and you go. It doesn't even matter if there's Reaver, you roll through it. Because Protoss always takes double Nexus. And so to have the 2nd Nexus, like, this close to Terran, when you know that they want to push, I think Rush is going to very quickly win this game.
Well, this push is coming out, man. A good amount of Marines, lots of tanks. It's basically Dragoon. I think maybe 1 Reaver and 2 Zealots. I'm not totally sure, but this is going to come down to the Reaver shots here. And with Siege Mode ready, that's when it gets a lot harder for Protoss to fight. Protoss can kind of dance and maneuver around against unsieged tanks and vultures. But when the Siege Mode comes and the tanks are in this high of a number,
It's too far
the
away.
Siege Mode eventually reaching the Nexus is an inevitability.
Hey, look at this. He does try to drop the Reaver in here, and he gets a decent shot off of it. But an okay Zealot bomb, but it's not enough. Look at how quickly Rush is closing in on this base.
Ooh, nice shot on the tank there. Gosh, I stand corrected. I thought, you know, maybe this is a manageable position, but, you know, everything you've said, Artosis, this lines up pretty nicely for Rush, doesn't it? It's almost like Harangi made it easy for him. You know, it's scary when you're Protoss, you don't have your 3rd base very fast. You just, like, want to expand to anything. But then these positions that Terran can take advantage of are so strong, you know?
It's too far away.
Yeah. Well, specifically this map, these spawns, like, this is such an easy and quick push, and there's all these places you can build turrets, and he's just knocking down this 3rd. So this game, like, it's not 100% over, but it's pretty close.
Yeah, well, he hasn't even pulled these probes out here. These are all going to be killed off. Yeah. I mean, I guess Protoss can try to bust this. Is Zealot's speed done yet? I guess not. So, yeah, I mean, this is brutal.
Oh, God. Yeah, it's getting worse, too. He does have a lot of gateways, so, like, you never know. Maybe you get, like, a lucky mine pull or something.
Right.
Maybe the Vultures get out of position. You get your Zealots on their tanks, and maybe you can clear that. But even if he clears this, it's 2 base versus 2 base, right? And there's 5 factories for Rush, so it's not like you're going to be able to kill him. Like, there is no way for Rush to die.
No, there's certainly no way. And I mean, there's just too much from Terran. I mean, yeah, you know, Protoss was never able to run around. He had to defend the Nexus. That's it. GG. Rush is going to be moving on into that round of 16. We got another Terran in there. That leaves the round of 24 with the players who are not dead yet, with 2 Protosses and a Terran here. But I think it's hard to call who's going to get out from there. But Rush, look, I mean, he's clearly the better player. I mean, he's like a tier 1, and everybody else is at least tier 3 compared to him.
It feels that way.
Yeah, he's so good. I mean, Harangi's not out. He'll be in the final match. We're going to have Mong and Free duke it out coming up next year.
Yeah, all right. So that should be another good TVP. Can't wait to see what map that they're actually going to be playing on. But Harangi, I think, definitely making an error there with that expansion location. Didn't really have any play. Very greedy Nexus first. I mean, I guess you can call him unlucky with the spawns, because those are the easiest spawns for Terran, right? Is horizontal on Allegra. That's like what a Terran player wants, because it's especially exactly that where he's top left against top right, so you can get the 3rd easily. But yeah, Rush capitalizing and moving on. Which, I mean, that's important too. Like a round of 16 without Rush is a round of 16 missing the 2nd best Terran in the tournament.
Yeah, a lot of hope for Terran still in this ASL here. All right, let's go to that interview.
ASL 시즌 14 24강 F조 경기 함께하고 계십니다. 오늘의 첫 번째 16강 진출자 유영진 선수와 함께하겠습니다. 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
지난 시즌에 이어서 이번 시즌도 16강에 안착하셨습니다. 오늘 전체적으로 굉장히
Today we'll start with what you only think you know. What the hell? Easy, Maverick. Let's try not to get fired on the first day.
We're going into combat on a level never seen.
Top Gun Maverick. Buy it on digital now.
To those that give 100% to fall. To those with 90 mini pumpkins adorning their stoop. And to those with a collection of 80 autumn-themed sweaters. Wow. Fall hard with a $3 medium pumpkin spice signature line.
You're living under my roof, but you'll have to earn your keep. You can join my crew.
You don't spend 26 years in prison without learning a few things.
Garbage cans got fancy. What other colors can you get?
People are easy to manipulate if you know the right buttons to push.
Do you mind putting this in the machine for me?
Does the dollar have that virus on it?
Oh, I'm not sure.
I think you're on your own with that, man.
Server queue times, they're pretty bad depending on the time. Like on this realm, Benediction, I get in queue at 10 a.m. my time. Which is absurdly early for a queue to start, but I'm West Coast. So it makes a little bit of sense. Yeah, I mean, it's the exact same thing here. It's not as bad on Faralina, the Horde realm, but it's still bad. Like, if you try to log in at, like, 3 p.m. Pacific, so 6 p.m. server, it's like a 9,000 person queue, 8,000 person queue, something like that. Benny was up to, like, 15k yesterday, which is just absurd. If that happens, you're just not logging into the game. Body's blood. I can't have my pet on him.
Your music is so trash.
Yeah, I mean, the concept of fresh for like the economy early on kind of makes sense, but it's, I mean, it's gonna normalize really quickly. So like, I don't think that's that big a deal. Also, when you're on a fresh realm, the main determining factor of like anything is time, right? So, like, when you're on a realm like that, you get this illusion of, oh, everyone starts at the same place, but then people who have more time than others just get massively far ahead. And then people just complain about that, like, oh, well, I have to sit in queue because I'm working, and this guy plays 17 hours a day. Like, how could I possibly keep up? There's always just going to be some bullshit that people are going to complain about on any realm. So, GG. Like, the good thing about being on a realm where people already have established gold is that means, like, the sellers markets are really good too. So if you're farming and you have the ability to farm stuff, you can just get a lot of gold. Yeah, you just want to be able to play the game. I mean, like, that's all of us, dude. No one wants to sit in queues. Like, find me one person that says, like, yeah, the queues are good. And, I don't know, I can show you a mentally ill person if someone is saying that. I don't know, can you link me as Bisslist? It's probably fine. I haven't looked at it. I made my own, and then I haven't really thought about it since. Yeah, I did level on Night Elf, but they're doing race change the monkey, so I mean, I was fully committed to like never playing this character again, with the concept of no race change, but there's race change. So why am I going to delete a rank 1 character? It's no point. Yeah, I think a bigger thing of the classic experience, so like from what I remember when I was in high school and the game was like new, the actual classic experience was servers just being unplayable on Tuesdays because they would just perma-crash every patch. Like, that's more of the classic experience than queues. There were never queues. So that was just like the weekly, oh, there was a patch on Tuesday, and we're not going to be able to play, and Tuesday was raid day for every guild, so it was really funny. Just, you were fucked every Tuesday. I don't think queues, or I was never on a super populated realm until Kata, but I don't remember queues ever really being a thing until Kata. Maybe they were in Wrath, but they weren't on the realms I was playing on. I remember in college, in Wrath, the queues are in Kata. The queues were so long on some realms. Like, everyone transferred to whatever that realm that Blood Legion was on. I forget. Everyone was Horde on whatever that Blood Legion realm was. And the queues were just horrific. Like, I was on there. tons of people were on there, and it was just so fucking unplayable. I went to go do a final, and I came back.
How
and
the fuck am I supposed to get that?
in the queue? And
This is the
had to
bullshit I'm
resit a
talking
queue
about,
for,
man.
like, 5 hours or something. So I was like, well, I guess I'm just not playing tonight. And everyone ended up transferring
Fucking
to
stupid.
Condra's
Blizzard is so
Ally. Well, not
fucking
everyone, but
troll.
a lot of people did. So Kata was split on whatever that Horde realm was, and then to Condra's Ally. And Tyke Ally barely had a queue, but it did have a queue. There was also like more ways to circumvent queues back then. Like you could force keep your character online a lot easier back then than you can now, which is what stuff that we would do.
There are days when outside your window I see my reflection as I slowly pass, and I long for this mirrored perspective when we'll be lovers, lovers at last. You gotta spend some time, love. You gotta spend some time.
Bro, what is your music? Your music is actually trash. Some like 40-man version reggae shit.
You're living under my roof. You'll have to join my crew.
We need to be helping each other. But I'm not robbing someone unless they did something bad.
We're just taking the money.
Oh, Zarya's on.
Another long night
I want to
of
watch
crime
mage
and violence.
players.
I know you're him.
I pick up garbage for a living. Samaritan's dead.
I don't believe you!
Oh, cool. He's hiding something. I want him dead.
How strong are you? Why did you disappear?
What? That movie looks dope.
Didn't one of our pallies play Holy? Which pally of ours played Holy? I think there was one of them that played Holy. Dorkadin. Oh yeah, that was him. Where is he? Maybe he's not here anymore? Looks like he's not here. What was the issue last game, guys? Was it a healing issue? Our number 1 healer was Cannabis. Number 2, Shady. Number 3 was our Druid, but he died. Number 4 was Bad Dreams. 5 is I Love Chad. Oh, we actually have 6 healers. I mean, we almost killed the boss. We could probably just do the same thing and get it this time, but... Seemed like a healing issue. Like, our healers died and then the tank died because we didn't have healers. If you get fire on you, stand away from everyone else. Yeah. Maybe that was the issue. If we wipe again, I feel like we send...
Governors let you out because of the coronavirus.
What the hell's a coronavirus?
You're living under my roof. You'll have to join my crew. I took the liberty of writing up a list of bad people in the area. We're just taking the money, grabbing it from the back of the stack. You'll never know.
Oh, garbage cans got fancy. What other colors can you get?
He's got the Rona.
When
What the
we were
fuck
a
is a
motorized bicycle
Fifi?
company, they said you'll never be more than that. What will they say next? Honda, the power of dreams.
When you spend $100, you'll earn $100 with the Saver One student card from Capital One.
Pieces of loot anyway, but it would be nice if we could get some better heals here. One more, if not I go Sham. Sounds good, man. Where's our priest? Oh, he's over there. Are you staying Horde for Wrath? I am for the start of Wrath. I might swap ally later in Wrath. Or make a second ally one, yeah. Make a second character. Convertible. I think we got this, boys. I think we got this.
Dude, mining is so fucking miserable to level, man.
Alright. Let's do this thing. September means subs are cheaper this month, yep. If you guys want to subscribe, it's 20 to 30% cheaper when you hit the subscribe button, and it's free with Twitch Prime. So yeah.
How are you supposed to see that?
Right here, right now,
So
baby.
insane.
Right here, right now, baby. Look at this. Look at this. Goodwood's just got one digged. Shit. Zar doing that damn? Of course, dude. I don't even have PvE gear on. I'm just an OP arcane mage. Easy clap, dude. DK's topping, actually. Wow. Okay, we have 2 people down, but okay, we have 3 people down. Our number 1 DPS is down. Our priest is down. I believe, Chad, I believe. Anonymous gift to giving over Bobby Kotick. Thanks, bro. Someone spread burn again, apparently. Who was it? Call him out by name. Who was it? Who was it? Call him out by name.
Come on, man.
We're not dead yet. Dude, we're not dead yet. We're not dead yet, chat. Tanks are still alive. I got mana back. Blast him, baby. Blast him. Oh, both tanks went down. Damn it, we got him to the same percentage as last time. Alright, so what's the issue here? Bubsy did our 4th most healing. I Love Shad died instantly though. We can have Bubsy go on a Sham, I guess, make it easier, and then we have to. It's really just about people not spreading fire. Stay slightly spread. Don't spread fire. If you get fire, move to corner alone.
I'm out of range.
All right. Yo guys, do we send Bubsy on the Sham? I just don't want to I don't want to waste people's time. You know what I'm saying? I want to be in and out. People are saying no. I think our heals are a bit low, huh? That wasn't a healing problem, wasn't a Bubsy problem. Why it's not even his fault people are spreading fire. Alright, maybe we try one more time and don't spread fire. The point is, like, here's the thing, chat. I want it to be so face roll to where even if people spread fire, we just win anyway. Like, I want the group to be good enough to where even if we fuck up mechanics, we can still just kill the boss. Like, I don't want to be sitting here for all day long, you know what I mean? Like, even if people are fucking up, like, we just want to be killing, we just want to, like, override the mechanics because we're so geared.
Well, you're gonna need people that are geared for that.
All right. Stay spread. If you get fire, move alone. Don't run over other people. Okay.
What the fuck?
Okay, don't mess it up, guys. We got this. We got this, boys. Come on. Are you using spell action overlay? Yeah, what's it called? Spell activation overlay. It's such a good add-on, man. Like, probably the best TBC, best Wrath add-on.
Spell action overlay?
Crazy because I can solo this on retail? Really? Damn, that's wild. What about Questy? I have Questy, but I have it disabled just because it takes a lot of memory usage if you're not actually using it. Damn, is this the boy? This is the boy, baby. If we don't stand in the fire, we can do this. Come on, chat. Come on, chat. Come on, chat. May you check my last question. What's good, man? You can just type it again. Do you think creatine's needed or VCA and protein's enough to get a nice shape? You're gonna take... Creatine's more important than VCA's. Protein's more important than both. You're gonna do 2 of this for eating protein. Like, enough protein, and then you can supplement 5 grams of creatine a day. You don't need creatine, though, either. Wait, I don't have... How do I have sated? Are you kidding me? I didn't get lust. Oh, I'm so sad. Why do I have sated? Oh, my deeps is gonna be trash, chat. I'm Sage. Oh well, I was doing too much damage anyway. This has got to be the run. This is looking smooth. This is looking really nice. Look at this. Easy fucking clap, boys. Nice work. Nice work.
Motherfucker got the fucking node, didn't he? God fucking damn it, man.
Let's go, Bubsy. Let's go. Let's go, Bubsy. Let's go.
It's almost better to go on a low pop server just to level up your fucking mining and herbalism and then switch back to a high pop server. So fucking stupid.
Yeah,
like I literally can't level fucking mining and herbalism because of all the fucking... Actually, herbalism's not a problem. It's mining. Mining is such a fucking nightmare to level.
Oh, look at the damage, boys. Look at those crits.
Everyone is trying to fucking mine. Everyone. The whole fucking server.
Holy crap. Oh my gosh, this has got to be the cleanest Brutalis anyone's ever seen. Holy shit. We're legends among men, especially Bubsy. Healing done. Bubsy's last place, but dude, 400 HPS Bubsy, it's not bad. Not bad in full greens, bub. Nice work, chat. Nice work. Come on, let's get those fucking legs. Let's get those fucking legs, boys. Let's get those legs. Wait, do I die in this stuff? Wait, hold on. Do I die if I stand in that green? Maybe I'm good. No legs, so I guess I'll just keep these ones. Alright, we roll on the Rain of Misery. Bad dreams, congrats. Congrats, congrats. Belt of the Forgotten Conqueror. Oh yeah, Cannibal and Shady carried the heals. Dude, look at that. Wait, so many people rolled. Holy shit. Bubsy won. Bubsy won the roll. Are you fucking kidding me? I mean, dude. I don't know what to say. He won the roll. I can't not give it to him. It's a roll. What the fuck, Bubsy? Oh my gosh, this guy just rolled a 99. Wait, I already have this belt, right, guys? This is the belt I have, so I don't need it, right? Pretty sure. Fury. Fury XD. Congrats. And then the second place is beef sticks. Okay. Dude, Bubsy, you gotta be kidding me, man. Bubsy has like 3-piece tier 6 now. That's furry, not fury. He's like an animal one. Okay. Okay.
So close. I have to be 230 for this? I forget.
Okay.
245 for that?
Well, hey, we got these things at least, chat. I think this will help my, I lose a shit ton of stam and some ints, but I'm gonna gain, I trade them in, right, with the moat or whatever. So I'm gonna gain like 30 haste and then another 30. I'm gonna gain like 60 haste from these. Which is like 5% haste. Should be pretty dope. Give him the pants? He's not getting my damn pants. My pants are not coming off.
Oh.
Alright. We go again. What does it take to become a Giga Chad mage? It takes playing World of Warcraft every day for
Jesus
10 hours a
fucking
day for the
Christ,
last
man.
20 years of my life. Yeah, that's what it took. Was it worth it?
God damn, man. Fucking faggots. There's so many fucking loser faggots out here.
Here we are. Hi, what up, Porky? What server am I on? Faralina.
Like, fuck off, dude. You know what?
It's worth it for the friend I made along the way. Bubsy. Yeah.
I'm actually gonna follow Zygor.
Hey, man. I'm out in Duratar and I can't see ya. I don't know, bro.
With the new Schwab Starter Kit, we're rewriting the book on Investing 101. New investors can open an account and get $101 to split across the top 5 stocks in the S&P 500. You can also unlock short videos, step-by-step guides, and other easy-to-use tools designed for people just getting started. Plus, investment professionals are on standby 24/7 if you ever have a question. It's Investing 101 Reimagined.
No fees or minimums and no overdraft fees are another reason banking with Capital One is an even easier decision than this.
Stop. You're in.
Oh, cool. Yep, even easier than that. What's in your wallet?
People
Oh,
always
cool.
ask us, what's it like? It's like a dream.
Get ready to move. He's going up in the air. Where do we go? I don't know where to go. No one knows where to go.
Wrath of the Lich King PvP tier list. Subtlety, Holy Pally, Arms Rare Discipline, Boss Mage. I got Frost Mage over Ret and Preg.
Power, allowing their heals to be even stronger. They do all of this so that way they get lots of crits, proccing their Art of War, giving them tons of off heals with instant flash of lights, as well as instant exorcisms giving them extra damage. The amount of crits that Pregs get, giving them extra damage, they can cast Frostbolts which slow, etc. They also picked up Frostfire Bolt, which is like Frostbolt where it slows them, but it also applies a dot. Another massive change that they get is Glyph of Polymorph. This allows them to have a full dotted target with all kinds of dots, and then they cast Polymorph on them, and it instantly removes all the dots, so the Polymorph sits for the entire duration, making spell cleaves very, very strong, also allowing them to switch around targets really quickly. Lastly, Glyph of Evocation now allows the mage to be healed while evocating. This makes double DPS comps even stronger in twos, so for example, you have Rogue Mage, as well as Shadowplay, which is Shadow Priest and Frost Mage. Those are two very strong comps in Wrath of the Lich King. Up first on the spec list is Arcane. Now, this spec is extremely one-dimensional, since all it does is it stacks Arcane Blasts on a target until they get a Missile Barrage proc, which causes Arcane Missiles to shoot very fast, and then after the Arcane Missiles go off, they just shoot an Arcane Barrage at the target. They do get Presence of Mind, just like in TBC, so they can usually instantly cast an ability. Most of the time, Arcane Mages will instant cast Polymorphs to land them when the healer doesn't have a trinket, so that way they can try to get a kill. They only have one ice block since they don't have Cold Snap, and also run out of mana very, very quickly since you spam Arcane Blast, and Arcane Blast is very, very mana hungry. If they are able to cast, they do lots of damage, but require multiple Arcane Blast casts to get them going. You could run a few spell cleaves like MLS, NLD, but generally speaking, Arcane is the worst out of all three since it's so dependent on landing those Arcane Blasts, and you're overall just not giving as much utility as Fire or Frost. This lands it in the C tier. Up next is Fire. Now, this spec gets a complete rework from TBC. It now revolves around dots, however it does have some burst, which is an interesting way to play the mage. They pick up Living Bomb, which is a very, very powerful spell. It is an instant cast damage over time effect that will allow the mage to get procs off of it to give them other abilities. This dot can actually crit on its dot effect, which is the only ability in the game that does this. That's thanks to Glyph of Living Bomb, which also helps them get procs. On top of that, it will explode, dealing damage to everybody in the area, which is very strong if you're able to stack it on a whole team. Dragon's Breath also gets a big buff, going from a 3-second disorient to now a 5-second disorient, which is absolutely huge for setting up polymorphs. Since Dragon's Breath shoots out in a cone, you can actually hit multiple people at once, making it a fantastic way to peel your teammates, or set up a whole kill where you could run in, Dragon's Breath the whole team, and then polymorph somebody off it and kill the other, etc. Another great feature about Dragon's Breath is that it doesn't clean the dots off, so if you Dragon's Breath the whole team and you want to kill one who's already dotted, you can simply poly the other, and your dots won't break that Dragon's Breath, which is really nice. Any direct damage, though, will break a Dragon's Breath, so like if you have a rogue auto-attacking, that will break it, but any of your dots won't. They also get Impact, which is a nice stun, but does DR many others, so it's definitely a situational ability to use depending on what comp you're running. Blast Wave now has a nice AoE knockback that can completely scramble the enemy positions of the team if used correctly at the right time. This is great for obviously Blade's Edge or Dalaran Sewers. You can knock the entire team into 3 different directions and try to kill one. Fire Mages also keep Blazing Speed from TBC, which is great for their mobility. Another passive they picked up is Fiery Payback, which reduces all damage taken after going under 35% health, along with giving them a 1.5 second Pyroblast when that is active, and also a 10% chance to disarm the attacker, which are all very strong. The next 2 notable talents they get are Burning Determination, which makes them immune to the next silence or interrupt for 20 seconds after getting interrupted or silenced. And lastly, they get Hot Streak, which allows them to cast an instant Pyroblast after getting 2 crits in a row with any of their main abilities, including Living Bomb ticks. This procs a good amount and allows them to get a strong burst window with it. Overall, Fire Mages have the best sustained damage out of all 3 specializations, but do lack a second Ice Block as well as not having Deep Freeze. They pair very well with dot comps like Affliction Lock Mage Healer or Spicy Chicken Cleave, which is Boomkin Fire Mage Healer. Combining all these things together, Fire Mage goes into the upper B tier. Now we are moving on to the most famous mage spec, which is Frost. This spec is extremely powerful in Wrath, just like it is in PvC. They now picked up Deep Freeze, which is extremely strong, seeing as it is a 5-second stun, but also a freeze, allowing the mage to shatter the person for the full 5 seconds without it breaking under any amount of damage. This is a great ability because you can actually not only do damage with it, but you can also set up healers to get polymorphed out of it. So a very, very nice ability that Frost mages picked up. They also get Fingers of Frost, which is a 15% chance on their chill effects to act as if the target was frozen, aka shatter them with no Nova. They can also deep freeze a target who isn't Nova'd with this, making it extremely powerful. Lastly, they get Brain Freeze, which allows them to cast Frostfire Bolt instantly. Frostfire Bolt does over 3 times more damage than Ice Lance, so if they get this Brain Freeze proc, and then they use a Deep Freeze into a Frostbolt Frostfire Bolt shatter combo, destroys people. Other than those abilities, they still have the same kit from TBC, which is already wildly strong. They work well with very many comps since they have such good control and high burst. You can play RMP, which is Rogue Mage Priest, of course, MLS, which is Mage Lock Shaman, Shatterplay, which is Shadow Priest Frost Mage Healer, and the list goes on and on. The only drawback they have in Wrath is that they are a very squishy class and can be killed extremely quickly if they aren't aware of what's about to hit them. All of this puts the Frost Mage into the A tier. Up next is the Paladin. Now, Wrath is really where Paladins get to shine, since they get a whole host of buffs, not only to their general scaling and damage, but also with new abilities. The most important ability is C tier. Moving on to our next spec, which is Holy. This spec gets so many buffs from TBC to Wrath, it's Moving on to the Ret Paladin now. This class gets some nice buffs. For example, you no longer Seal Twist for random crits and have a much more sustained damage. You also picked up Divine Storm, which is an extra attack that deals AoE damage, along with a talent called Art of War. When this procs, it gives you an instant Flash of Light heal and or an instant cast Exorcism. This helps them off-heal their teammates as well as give them extra burst with an instant Exorcism. As I mentioned previously, they also have 2 sacrifices, which is fantastic for helping their teammates and also breaking themselves at a CC. Since they can dispel poisons, diseases, and magic, along with having freedom, bop, and off heals, Rets are an absolutely fantastic support class, and they also have high burst to go along with it. Some comps that you'll see Rets run is Cupid Cleave, which is Ret Paladin, Marksmanship Hunter, and Disc Priest. This comp has double dispel along with a Mortal Strike effect coming from the aim shot, combined with loads of CC, damage, and healing. You can also see Rets run Vanguard Cleave, which is Ret Paladin, Unholy Decay, and Healer. This comp has lots and lots of damage, combined with a very good amount of survivability. All of this information together puts the Ret Paladin into the A tier. Now, before I move on to Priest, there is actually a 4th spec for Paladins in Wrath of the Lich King that was figured out on the private server community, and it's actually surpassed Ret in terms of how much it's played. This spec is called Preg. That's because the person who originally founded the spec was named Preg Hyra. This is a hybrid spec that goes into the Ret tree for Sheath of Light and Art of War, just like Ret Paladins, but they use a one-hander with a fast attack speed, and they run a bunch of crit gear, giving them Art of War procs extremely frequently. The one-handed weapon they use is actually a Spellblade, not only giving them more crits so they can get more Art of War procs, but also lots of spell power, allowing their heals to be even stronger. They do all of this so that way they get lots of crits, proccing their Art of War, giving them tons of off heals with instant Flash of Lights, as well as instant Exorcisms giving them extra damage. The amount of crits that pregs get is insane, and it seems in some arenas that they're almost always just throwing out flash of lights instantly every global. I will put a clip on screen just showing you how quick they get it. My gear is not even BIS in this video, by the way. They also go into the protection tree to increase their one-hander damage, and they also pick up Reckoning, which gives them a chance on their next 4 weapon swings to have another attack. This only increases their Art of War procs even more. Combining those Art of War procs and off heals with the fact that they never run out of mana, seeing as they have Judgment of Wisdom and are just constantly hitting that target, makes them a very, very powerful specialization. The main concept of this spec is that it has good damage with tons of off healing and utility thanks to Hand of Freedom, Cleanse, Blessing of Protection, and 2 sacrifices. Preg is hands down the best support DPS in the entire game. Some comps that you will see this spec run with is Ellie Shaman, Preg Paladin, Disc Priest. This comp has double Dispel, Tremor Totem, and all 3 classes can heal, along with having a lot of control and good burst. Another one is Preg Paladin, Arms Warrior, and Disc Priest. This comp also has double Dispel, but adds loads of damage from the Warrior along with Mortal Strike. Since this is a tier list for all of Wrath of the Lich King, Preg goes into the A tier, which I will populate on screen because I don't have a little picture for it. Seeing as its downfall is that it relies very heavily on gear to get them to that point where they have high crits and are constantly critting, giving them those Art of War procs. A lot of the items that they need also don't come in until later in the game. So if this was a tier list for Season 8, then Preg would be in the S+ tier, but since this is an overall tier list for Wrath of the Lich King, it goes in the A tier. We are now moving on to the Priest. This class gets a bunch of great changes going into Wrath, however, almost all of them come from the talent trees. They do pick up some new moves from leveling, which are Divine Hymn. This ability is extremely powerful if used correctly. You will channel a hymn, healing your team within 40 yards. This does heal through line of sight, by the way. So, for example, if you are behind a pillar and your team is on the other side of the pillar, you can heal them with this. Same thing with Blade's Edge. If you're below and they're above, you can heal them. Vice versa. Very, very strong if you're not in a situation where you can come out and cast and you need to heal your team. You also get Hymn of Hope. That is a phenomenal ability for a priest because it gives their whole team mana along with themselves. Moving on to the specializations, looks like Disc is first up. This spec gets loads of buffs going into Wrath. Rapture is a new talent that gives you 4.5% of your mana back every time your Power Word shield breaks or is dispelled. It does have an internal cooldown though. It also gives your teammates some of their resources like Energy, Rage, or Runic Power. Renewed Hope also gives them a 3% damage reduction after being Power Word shielded for 1 minute. This is actually non-dispellable and does stay on after the arena doors open, which is one of the only abilities in the game to do this, since in Wrath they remove pre-healing and pre-hotting before the doors. Divine Aegis gives an extra shield for critical heals, and Grace now increases the target's healing received by 90% when fully stacked. Borrowed Time is another great buff. This gives them 25% spell haste for a few seconds after casting a powerful shield on any target. If you cast a spell that isn't an instant cast, it will instantly take this buff off, so a very common thing you'll see priests do is they will begin the spell haste buff, then Prayer Mending, Renew, and then use Penance, so that way they can maximize their spell haste before using Penance. And last but not least for Disciplined Priests, the most iconic ability they have is Penance. This is an insane heal that has a very short cooldown. It is the bread and butter of Disciplined Priests in Wrath of the Lich King. This ability will give you 3 stacks of Grace guaranteed if you get a full channel off on it, along with likely getting some Divine Aegis procs on the target. Since this is only a 10-second cooldown, you almost never have to flash heal, seeing as you're running through Power Word Shield, Prayer Mending, Renew, and Penance. Disciplined Priests can run very many different comps in Wrath of the Lich King. Some good comps that you'll see are Disc, MM Hunter, and Ret Paladin, also known as Cupid Cleave, RMP, which of course is Broke Mage Priest, and Jungle Cleave, which is Feral Druid, Disc Priest, and Hunter. That's all. They also pair very well with Paladins, since both Paladins and Priests can dispel magic. Overall, Disciplined Priests are an extremely versatile class, and their only flaw is that they have no way to escape from a melee cleave, or if somebody's tunneling them with a slow. This makes them very weak and susceptible to being tunneled. Overall though, they're a very, very strong class, so this puts them towards the top of the A tier. Moving on to Shadow. Now this class gets some nice buffs for Wrath of the Lich King. Pain and Suffering is a new talent they get, which allows their Shadow Word Pain to instantly be refreshed by Mind Flay, making it so that they never have to redot targets after they put their first Shadow Word Pain up. They also pick up Psychic Horror. This can be used both offensively and defensively. This spell horrifies the target just like Death Coil for 3 seconds, except they stand in place, and just like Death Coil, it also doesn't break on damage. The only difference is that it actually disarms the target as well, so that's why you can use it offensively and defensively. You can remove a warrior's blade storm, or if you're trying to kill a hunter, you can use psychic horror, and that will disarm them, not allowing them to use deterrence. Dispersion is another great spell they get, which gives them a much needed defensive. It reduces all damage taken by 90% and is usable in all forms of CC. On top of that, it gives you 36% of your total mana back, and for the duration of Dispersion, you have a Hand of Freedom effect, removing all movement impairing effects on you and not allowing you to be slowed. This helps them not only mitigate damage, but also get a lot of mana back, seeing as Shadow Priests are a very mana hungry class. They pair very well with casters, but can play a variety of comps. Some strong comps that you'll see them run is RPD or RPS, which is Rogue, Shadow Priest, Shaman, or Druid. This comp has a ton of control and damage, making it very dangerous. Another very famous comp is called Shatterplay. This is Shadow Priest, Frost Mage, and a healer. This comp has a ton of control as well, and then of course has the infamous Shatter, where they Mind Blast Death and Frostbolt Ice Lance in the same time into a Deep Freeze, which usually will one-shot somebody. Overall, Shadow Priests do require setups to land kills, and they do have to get momentum going, which makes them a very easy target to tunnel, because if you sit in a Shadow Priest and they can't get their Vampiric Touches out, they can't cast Mind Blast, they're not going to be doing too much, as well as them not really having any way to get out of the slow, besides if they want to waste their Dispersion, which they probably won't do that. Adding all this up together, Shadow Priests go into the A tier. Last up for the Priest is Holy. Now this spec doesn't really have a place in Arena, seeing as Discipline has Pain Suppression, Penance, Grace, Divine Aegis, and Rapture plus more, while all you're getting from Holy is just Body and Soul, which gives you a speed buff for your Powered Shield, as well as Lightwell and then Circular Healing. This spec also relies very heavily on casting Flash Shield, which is like impossible to do because you're just always going to get tunneled as a Holy Priest, and since you have no Pain Suppression, you're just going to die pretty much in the opener every time. It doesn't really have any viable comps because Discipline is just better than it overall, so it just puts this into the D tier, obviously. Last but not least, we are moving on to the Rogue. Now this class gets some big changes going into Wrath of the Lich King. The biggest one is that Rogues no longer have high sustain damage, and now will Dispel since it's usually ran with a Disc Priest, making it very powerful. Overall, Subtlety offers tons of control and burst, while also having good mobility and decent survivability. This lands Subtlety into the middle of the A tier. And that concludes this tier list. As you can see, we have every single specialization in the game covered, all the way from S+ through D. Keep in mind, this is for every single season in Wrath of the Lich King added together. The target you hit it with, which is very, very strong, have lots of burst if they are able to land their Chimera aim shot combo and then kill. Beast Mastery may be popular in Season 5 and early Wrath when people are under gear with low resilience. But every season after Season 5, and even during Season 5, Marksmanship is just overall a better specialization. This puts Beast Mastery into the lower B tier. Up next is Marksmanship. Thanks to the whole host of buffs that Hunters received in Wrath of the Lich King, they are now a very, very strong class when they are spec'd into Marksmanship. They picked up Readiness, which instantly resets all of the Hunter's abilities when activated. This allows the Hunter to deter 2 times, and also double trap, and even burst 2 times back to back with double rapid fire. On top of that, they also get Chimera Shot, which not only hits
dude, man, like, fuck off, bro.
Nice addition to the Hunter. Their pet can even intervene your teammates to eat blinds if you're insane, kidney shot, sheep,
I gotta take a break. I gotta take a break.
From your pet. And on top of that, you usually run the crab, allowing them to pin enemies in place. You can then
I gotta take a
crab trap. On top of all that, they still have aim shot, which reduces 50% of the heal.
Did this thing really just spawn here while I was AFK? Oh, fucking another one over here. Right when I was about to go get food. Where's a safe spot I can stand? Nowhere over here. Right here, maybe? I don't want to log off, because if I log off, I'm gonna get booted.
Just do inner world. Yeah. Yep. I just did. It's loading some blue bar. Alright, nothing else?
Yeah, that's it. Let me check my stream. Yep. Alright.
Good?
looks like we have TSG up next, which is Arms Warrior, Unholy Death Knight, and Holy Paladin. This is an extremely famous comp for multiple reasons, seeing as it has the highest consistent damage output of any comp in the entire game if both DK and the Warrior connect to one target. On top of that, the Warrior is giving an MS effect to any target they are hitting, adding an absurd level of pressure. If any hero classes on them, essentially.
I need to look something up.
It's going to be interrupted by that. Combining. What is going on, guys? This is Earpugs, and in this video I'm going to be covering a 2v2 arena tier list for Classic Wrath of the Lich King. This tier. Up next is Ret Paladin DK. This comp has decent survivability for a double DPS cleave thanks to anti-magic zone, self-healing from the DK, and the Paladin as well. Not to mention the fact that the Paladin has Sacred Shield, which puts a ton of damage absorption on whoever it's on. Up next is Ret Paladin Disc Priest. This comp is very annoying to fight thanks to both classes being able to dispel magic. It makes landing itself a spot in the A tier. Moving on to probably one of the most unexpected comps to be very good in 2v2 arena for Wrath of the Lich King is Retribution Paladin Enhancement Shaman. This comp is honestly insane, seeing as they have Purge, Hodge, Rep, Tremor Totem, Spirit Wolves, Dispel, Freedom, Root Breaks, Wind Shear, and also lots of self-healing. They absolutely demolish whatever target they are hitting as well, seeing as they will simply be purging them to death, allowing no hots to stick, Sacred Shield not to stick, Priest Shield not to stick, etc, etc. Even if they didn't have Purge, the Shaman still has Wind Shear every 6 seconds, making it an absolute nightmare for the healer to try to keep their teammate alive or themselves alive. This comp by itself is very, very strong, and I would put it in the bottom of the S tier. However, if this was a Season 8 tier list and you replace the Retribution Paladin with a Preg Paladin, this comp is absolutely bonkers. Preg Enhance in Season 8 is ridiculous, seeing as Preg Paladins have unlimited healing and tons of damage, plus everything I said before that the Shaman gives them. That comp by itself would go into the S+ tier for sure. However, this is an overall tier list, and Pregs are not really a great spec until end of Wrath of the Lich King, so that's why I put it as Ret Enhance, and it goes into the S tier. Speaking of insanely strong comps, Retribution Paladin Hunter is next. This comp is so absolutely insane because they have 2 freedoms, one from the Paladin, one from the Hunter pet, along with Bop, Divine Shield, tons and tons of damage, a Mortal Strike effect from the Hunter's aim shot, which is instant, so it's landing every time, traps, rep, Hodge, silencing shot, scatter shot, totally insane comp. So much damage and control, it is ridiculously hard to beat. Not to mention the fact that it takes a while to kill them, since they can get away from you forever with Disengage and all those freedoms and dispels, plus Sacred Shield and off healing. I can't stress how strong this comp is in 2v2, and I honestly hate fighting against it because it's such a powerful 2v2 comp. It certainly lands itself a spot in the S+ tier. Scooby-Doo Cleave is up next, which is Ret Rogue. This comp gets a lot of buffs going into Wrath of the Lich King, since Rogues now have Shadow Dance, as well as Retribution Paladins getting a whole host of buffs. This comp has all the tools to make sure that they stay on their target and don't get peeled, thanks to Freedom, plus Dispels, the Rogue's Cloak of Shadows, Shadow Step, Cheap Shot, Kidney Shot, Hodge, Gouge, etc. Totally insane kit for making sure they land their kill, plus self-healing from the Paladin and Sacred Shield. This comp is a very scary sight for any unprepared healer. The biggest problem with this comp is that the Rogue is very squishy, and if they don't generate monster pressure in their opener, then they'll usually fall over semi-quickly because the Rogue is so easy to kill, and once the Rogue gets behind, they usually can't get any pressure going. Overall though, if played correctly, this comp is a menace and lands itself a spot in the A tier. While we're on the topic of strong openers, looks like Boomkin Rogue is next. Boomkins get a whole host of buffs going into Wrath of the Lich King, like Starfall along with Typhoon. This comp's opener is also insane since they have Sap, Blind, and Cyclone, along with almost always guaranteeing they get the right opener since it's a double stealth team and they can usually position themselves into any way they want to. This comp can literally kill anybody in a few seconds thanks to Rogues having huge ambush crits and Boomkins having one of the highest bursts in the entire game with Starfall. Overall, it is an extremely powerful comp, however, it is also very reliant on getting a good opener. If they don't get a good opener and they start to backpedal, it's tier. Now it's time for a very, very infamous comp in the WoW arena scene, and it is also time for people to get mad at me in the comment section because I'm not putting it into the S+ tier. Rogue Mage is still insane in Wrath of the Lich King, however it is not as good as it was in TBC, since silences now share VR, making their CC chains on healers much shorter. On top of that, a lot of classes pick up a lot of defensives, allowing them to not really one-shot someone in the opener like they can in TBC against a lot of different teams. This forces them to play on their second go a lot, and getting to a second go with both of them being as squishy as they are, while it is possible, it's definitely hard against a lot of teams, seeing as if they only take a few hits from a lot of classes, they're going to be very behind on the health department. Not to mention the fact that Holy Paladins hyper-counter this comp, seeing as they have no way to deal with Divine Shield, plus all the different CC breakers that Holy Paladins have, and Holy Paladins are literally everywhere in 2s. When played correctly, this comp is of course very, very strong, and you will see Rogue Mages at rank 1, absolutely. However, it is not the powerhouse that it is in TBC. If they make a few mistakes and they get behind on health, it's pretty much over for them as long as they are not able to reset. Combining all these factors, that lands this comp a spot in the A tier. Moving on to Rogue Resto Druid. Now this comp gets a decent amount of changes going into Wrath, and it's not played nearly as aggressively. Speaking of changes going into Wrath of the Lich King, Shatter Play is up next, which is Shadow Priest Frost Mage. I can't stress enough how strong this comp is in 2v2. Not only do they have Psychic Scream into Polymorph, into Blanket Silence, into a counterspell, but they have absolutely unhealable damage if they're able to land a Deep Freeze on somebody and both of them connect to that target. To top that off, Shadow Priests now have Dispersion, Mages of course have 2 Ice Blocks, Shadow Priest off healing is still very good, since they changed spell power now to just be a flat number instead of having healing versus just DPS numbers like in TBC, and also Frost Mage is getting the ability to heal with evocation through a glyph now. Whenever this comp gets a healer's trinket, that healer is not playing the game the next time they land a poly or a fear. This comp, as you can probably guess, is very, very, very good and lands itself a spot in the S+ tier, and in my opinion is one of the best 2s comps in the entire game. On the topic of Shadow Priest, we have Shadow Priest Rogue up next. Now this is another comp that gets huge buffs going into Wrath of the Lich King thanks to the overall scaling, as well as the abilities that Shadow Priest pick up, like Psychic Horror and Dispersion. This comp's burst is almost the same as Shatter Play and can absolutely demolish people, completely 100-0 them in a cheap kidney if they're not ready for it, and has an extremely strong opener thanks to the Rogue being able to get a sap in most situations and completely destroy the other target. With the addition of Psychic Horror as well, that not only gives them a great offensive and also defensive ability to completely reset some target whenever they need to heal them, especially warriors when they blade storm, etc. Overall, Shadow Priest Rogue is an absolutely phenomenal comp and also extremely powerful in Wrath of the Lich King for 2v2. This comp lands itself a spot in the S+ tier as well. It is now time for the most infamous 2v2 combo in Wrath of the Lich King, the Mac Daddy 2's comp that has ruled the private server ladder for years. Thanks to the ridiculous amount of buffs that Holy Paladins get, and as well as warriors, Holy Paladin Warrior in 2v2 is insane, and in my opinion, probably the best 2v2 comp in the entire game. You have absolute truckloads of damage from the warrior, not to mention the fact that they have Mortal Strike for 50% healing reduction, and if they're on a healer and they land an overpower, they get 75% healing reduction, basically making it so they don't even need to kick the healer, they're just gonna die every time. On top of that, there's virtually no way to stop the warrior from being a wrecking ball, seeing as the Holy Paladin has 4 ways to break themselves out of CC, with 2 sacrifices, a trinket, and a bubble, not to mention freedoms and dispels on the warrior, allowing the warrior to do literally whatever they want to whoever they're targeting. And of course, if you do manage to get through the wall of CC breaks on that paladin, the warrior can also blade storm any kind of CC if they're able to blade storm before you cast it. If I said this comp was strong, I would be underselling it because it's honestly beyond insane. This comp, of course, lands itself a spot in the S+ tier. Moving on to another warrior comp, we have Warrior Resto Druid up next. This comp plays fairly similarly to how it did in TBC, except the warrior is now more mobile with Blade Storm and the ability to charge in combat on top of Intercept. The Resto Druid definitely plays more passively now than it did in TBC, since they no longer have Feral Charge and their damage is a little bit reduced. The comp is still strong, however it suffers from the same problems that it did in TBC, which is not being able to dispel any magical effects on the warrior, thus allowing any kind of a mage team to just lock the warrior in place for a very long portion of the game. Of course, the warrior has Blade Storm now, which is great, but it is a fairly long cooldown, and you're going to be able to chain CC the warrior for a large portion of the game if you're a mage fighting against this team. The druid does help out, of course, with roots and cyclones, and the warrior has tons of damage, plus the healing reductions. Overall, this comp lands itself a spot in the A tier. Moving on to Arms Warrior Retribution Paladin, this comp is absolutely able to demolish any target that they land onto. However, it is definitely a one-and-done comp. If they don't kill anybody within the first minute or so, it's pretty much guaranteed that one of them is going to be dead. With that in mind, though, definitely be aware that this comp can 100-0 any target, plus the insane healing reduction from the warrior. The paladin is also very hard to land a CC chain on, since they have so many ways to break CC, as well as the warrior having Blade Storm, the paladin giving them freedom, and then of course dispelling all the magical effects and poisons off the warrior, giving them as much uptime as possible. This comp is another one that is pretty strong overall. It's going to go into the bottom of the A tier. However, if you were to play this comp with a Preg Paladin in Season 8 at the end of Wrath of the Lich King, that comp is very, very good, and I would probably put that in the S tier, seeing as Preg Paladins have tons of healing and damage, along with a lot of utility, of course, to help the warrior out. If you don't know what a Preg Paladin is, definitely check out my other tier list, as I describe it in there. And last on the list, we have Arms Warrior Resto Shaman. This comp is actually not quite as good as it is in TBC, since Wind Fury gets a pretty big nerf, no longer giving you those huge smacks with the double auto attacks, which is of course a large portion of this comp's kills. However, Shamans also have Hex now, which is very good, and of course Warriors have Blade Storm, allowing them to get themselves out of CC. It doesn't have any dispels, so mage teams are going to be a bit of a problem. Luckily for the warrior though, the Shaman can at least ground and wind shear a lot of the polymorphs that are going to be cast on the warrior. The concept is still the same, where you run down a target, spam purge them to death, and blow all your cooldowns trying to destroy them. Combining all these things together, this comp still goes into the A tier right next to Warrior Druid. And here is the final tier list for 2v2 Arena and Wrath of the Lich King. I, of course, did not mention a bunch of comps in this 2v2 tier list, seeing as there is so many. However, I tried to cover the most common major 2v2 comps that you're going to see. This, of course, is an average of all the seasons put together, and this is where they land. I will be making another WOTLK Arena tier list, which is going to be a 3v3 Arena tier list, as well as making a bunch more Wrath of the Lich King content. I, of course, still cover TBC with content, so definitely keep your eyes peeled for that. So if you want to subscribe, there is a lot more to come, don't worry. And thank you very much for watching. I really do appreciate it. We will see you guys in the next video.
That's pretty bonkers that that thing just spawned. I just got done getting this. Come on.
Things are starting to get crazy. After Blizzard uncapped Conquest, the floodgates of the Season 4 meta have burst open in a chaotic mess. But that's why we're here. We will be giving you a full rundown of the melee, ranged, and healer tier lists in Season 4. So stay tuned as we give you what might just be the final meta update in Shadowlands. And just as a reminder, skillcap.com offers a rating gain guarantee while actively using our website, while everyone else Let's kick things off with melee and go over the specs you should keep your eye on. Starting off, we have Feral, which will now be moving up to the S tier. In the past, the individual strength of Feral Druid was a bit more difficult to gauge, since they typically stuck to Jungle Cleave in 3v3. As the expansion has progressed, there's been significantly more experimentation with Feral Druid comps, and we are finally starting to see more comp diversity with setups like Kitty Cleave, Feral SP, and even Feral DK seeing play at the highest end of the ladder. The sheer amount of comps that seem to work with Feral are one of the main factors in its move up our tier list. Like other specs we will mention today, this is due in part to a massive rebalancing act as a result of RMP nerfs at the start of Season 4. Even though Jungle Cleave had a good matchup spread into RMP, it is now in a much better position against the comp, with Holy Priest struggling to have the HPS needed to heal through the cleave. There is a similar story going on with Demon Hunter, who will also be moving up to the S tier. In the past, Demon Hunter struggled a bit into RMP, but more recently, they have made some clear meta adaptations. By playing both Auto Darkness and Auto Blur mechanics, as well as BM Trinket in order to become passively bulky against RMP setups. Another huge part of their success is the fact that Affliction Warlock, Ellie Shaman, and Shadow Priest caster cleaves have become far more ubiquitous. Demon Hunters have over 20% passive damage reduction against spell damage, making them really tanky into any wizard matchup. Pair that with reverse magic and the fact that they usually play with Resto Shamans, it's easy to see how Demon Hunter comps have become a living hell for Affliction Warlocks, who can get their entire damage setup reversed with the press of a button. And that brings us to the final class on our list, Rogues. This is where things get a bit tricky. We are keeping Outlaw on the S tier for now, despite some minor nerfs at the start of the season. The nerf to the Shadow Dust Legendary was actually an indirect buff to Outlaw damage, as now most Rogues simply play with more offensive legendaries. As for Assassination, the spec did see a minor nerf to Sepsis, and as we mentioned in our last update, this nerf was simply avoided by going back to Necrolord, which was arguably the better covenant in the first place. We're moving Assa up from A tier since it is starting to flourish quite well in the Season 4 meta, especially with a comp like RPS, which has seemingly resurrected itself from seasons of dormancy. Subtlety is always difficult to place on tier lists since it's a spec that is more of an accessory to a few other classes rather than being good on its own. But despite nerfs to Holy RMP, Sub is still proving to do okay in the Season 4 meta, and its comp options have expanded to include Thug Cleave, which we will be discussing later. RMP might be weaker, but it is still a massive execution test for any comp on the ladder at any rating, and for that reason alone, we really can't justify moving Sub down, even if it is weak by itself. So despite nerfs to every single rogue spec, they are still holding on, or in some cases doing even better than they were last season. And with that, we have a complete picture of the Season 4 melee meta. As you can see, the higher tiers are a bit bloated, but there is a clear distinction between the S and A+ levels. For the most part, everything on the S tier has multiple comp options, and many setups are built around these specs. That is a clear difference from the A+ tier, which includes specs that are a bit more rigid with comp selection. These specs are often complements to other high tiers, and are less potent on their own. Windwalker, Monk, and Arms Warrior are a bit of a wild card since they are still good, but overshadowed by the upper tiers. Many comps that are played with Fury Warriors can also be played with Arms, but might be tangibly worse into the meta as a whole. In any case, we have moved up Arms Warrior to join Windwalker on the A tier. Next up, let's move on to range DPS, which has seen a radical shift since our last update. In our preseason prediction, we were a bit conservative with Affliction Warlocks. After seeing their slew of damage buffs, we originally thought it might not be enough to elevate them to the S tier since they still struggled defensively. But we have since changed our minds and will be moving them up an entire tier since our original prediction. Let's get one thing straight, their damage is absolutely absurd. Right now, they currently have some of the highest theoretical damage output in the entire game, and if it wasn't for Demon Hunters and Melee Cleaves, they would be one of the most oppressive specs in Arena. But of course, Demon Hunters and Melee Cleaves exist, which are their two primary gatekeepers, since Warlocks are still relatively squishy with limited spell schools, and still get hard countered by mechanics like Reverse Magic, which single-handedly denies the main offensive cooldowns. Moving on, we have one spec that has seemed to catch everyone by surprise, which is Marksmanship Hunter. Now the patch didn't offer any major tuning to this spec, so why are they suddenly more popular? Well, as we mentioned in previous videos, armor values actually get nerfed at the start of every season because of mythic dungeon balancing of all things. Unfortunately, this armor nerf spills over into PvP, where some classes can have their physical damage reduction nerfed by almost 10%, and it just so happens that Marks Hunters do a lot of physical damage. When you combine that with gear scaling, it's easy to see why Marks has done so well in the early to mid stages of this season, and since it still has access to a top tier comp with Jungle Cleave, we're moving it up to the S tier for now. And if playing the meta is a thing, both Thug Cleave and even more obscure setups like Hunter SP seem to be doing okay. And finally, that brings us to Mage, and we're about to say something that might be controversial. For the first time ever in Shadowlands, we are moving Fire down to the A tier. Before you freak out, remember that RMP was and continues to be a meta-defining comp and has been a key driver in dictating the viability of certain specs, especially on the high end of the ladder. Since RMP as a whole received nerfs, Fire Mage by itself has fallen off quite noticeably. And look at the drop-off of representation from their dominance in Season 1 to now. Of course, representation is not class balance, but it should indicate that maybe Fire isn't exactly meta. We're also making the bold decision to take Arcane out of the trash for the meantime. We were unsure whether or not its buffs would actually matter, and it seems like they did, as there are more Arcane mages popping up on the front pages of the Arena ladder. Arcane has seemed to found a footing with Outlaw RMP, which sort of complements its dampening-oriented playstyle. Of course, it is not a spec that is going to break the meta, but it definitely has more potential this season. With that said, we have our update to the ranged meta in Season 4. Demo continues to do well, which is ironically a buff to Affliction, since the spec does a good job of continuously killing pets. But keep your eyes on Shadow Priests, since we also moved them up a tier. They're currently doing well with a wide variety of setups, but usually including other S-tier specs like Feral Druids, Fury Warriors, and Affliction Warlocks, making them a sort of sub-rogue of ranged DPS. We've also moved Balanced Druid up a tier. Honestly, this is another one that is a bit difficult to place. Just like Shadow Priest, it can feel more like an accessory in Boomy DH, and seems to be getting a bit carried by the individual strength of Demon Hunters and Resto Shamans, giving them really favorable matchups into any Affliction Warlocks. Finally, we have Healers, which is where there has been some major rebalance. First up, Priest. Holy and Disc will be changing spots for this update, as Disc is moving up to the S tier while Holy is falling down to A. The Holy Priest nerfs seem to have hit harder than expected, and came during a time where the meta would become dictated by three things: Warlocks, Demon Hunters, and of course, Melee Cleaves. All three of these things do a lot of strength of Demon Hunters. And Resto Shamans, giving them really favorable matchups into any Affliction Warlock team. Finally, we have Healers, which is where there has been some major rebalance. First up, Priest. Holy and Disc will be changing spots for this update, as Disc is moving up to the S tier while Holy is falling down to A. The Holy Priest nerfs seem to have hit harder than expected, and came during a time where the meta would become dictated by three things: Warlocks, Demon Hunters, and of course, Melee Cleaves. All three of these things do a lot of damage, and it just so happens that Holy Priests received some timely healing nerfs. The healing tool is living hell for Affliction Warlocks, who can get their entire damage setup reversed with the press of a button. And that brings us to the final class on our... Another huge part of their success is the fact that Affliction Warlock... Demon Hunters struggled a bit into RMP, but more recently, they have made some clear meta adaptations. By playing both Auto Darkness and...
You automatically trigger Darkness when you fall below 35% health. This effect can only occur once every 2 minutes. Test legs. Blur now reduces the damage taken by an additional 10%. Additionally, you automatically trigger Blur with 50% You automatically trigger blur with 50% reduced cooldown and duration when fall below 35%. That can only occur when blur is not on cooldown. Chest and legs. I might try that on my Demon Hunter. And then you play Necrolord to be even more tanky. It's all about living.
I can't cast that yet.
Makes a lot of sense. Damn, I'm excited to try that now. Now I want to play my Demon Hunter. I want to play retail. Farm that shit. Time to run up the ramp and start all over again. We're at 240 out of 250. Five more levels and I can like skyrocket my mining from this area alone.
The ladder, they tend to really struggle. Finally, we have healers, which is where there's been some major rebounds. First up, Priest. Holy and Disc will be changing spots for this update, as Disc is moving up to the S tier while Holy is falling down to A. The Holy Priest nerf seemed to have hit harder than expected and came during a time where the meta would become dictated by three things: Warlocks, Demon Hunters, and of course, melee cleaves. All three of these things do a lot of damage, and it just so happens that Holy Priest received some timely healing buffs. The healing toolkit of Holy was simply outpaced by key damage buffs to other classes in Season 4, and when you combine that with a blanket nerf to RMP, it's reasonable to move them down a tier. Disc, on the other hand, was actually starting to see more popularity at the end of Season 3 as players finally started to abuse this toolkit. It is, of course, one of the more aggressive healers, and with overall armor nerfs to everyone in PvP, Disc seems to be doing well with cleaves, who will be licking their lips at the armor nerfs until it becomes normalized. Disc has really cemented itself as a cleave healer, especially since it has enough AoE healing and damage reduction mechanics to power through some of the healing intensive brawls that are common in cleave mirrors. That brings us to Resto Shaman, which is functioning in tandem to Disc Priest. Once again, it is another healer built around aggression. Resto Shamans don't sit in the back line and AFK on healing globals. No, they push in and be as disruptive as possible while supporting their team to land kills. This aggression-based playstyle became much smoother with an unnerfing to their tier set bonus. Now, some of their major totems are able to instantly cast empowered chain heals, which perfectly complements their aggressive playstyle and allows them to actually heal through this AoE damage meta. So with all this together, we are moving up Resto Shamans up to the S tier. And with that, we have our healer meta for Season 4. Resto Druids are arguably the best and most flexible healer right now. Sub-RMP was previously a bane to their performance, and now that it's less popular, Druids are starting to flourish. Holy Paladins might actually be the weakest healer in the game, despite their median levels of representation. At the highest end of the ladder, they tend to really struggle since their cooldown management needs to be so precise to overcome specific matchups. All in all, though, the healer meta is actually quite good. Every healer is competitive, even to a rank 1 level. Even though healing has been rough this expansion, there is a place for everyone in the meta. But we want to know what you think. How do you think the meta will shape up for the remainder of the season? What changes would you like to see? Let us know in the comments below. And if you're wanting to stay ahead of the meta, head over to skillcap.com. There you will find over 600 class guides and 1,000 arena commentaries. Together, that's an average of 24 hours of instructional videos per class, and for only $4.99 a month, that is a massive value. If that wasn't enough, we offer money-back guarantee if you don't gain at least 250 rating while actively using our website. And with special members-only access to our Discord, you can get on-demand help from pro players. So what are you waiting for? Join a community of over 500,000 lifetime users at skillcap.com. Discount link below. Alright everyone, that wraps it up. Just a reminder, we try and balance the opinions of multiple rank 1 and professional players when making these tier lists, and that obviously means there's some disagreement. Of course, this is just a prediction, and we will be updating you as things change. In any case though, we hope you found this as a useful meta guide. As always, we want to thank you all for watching. See you soon.
We're at 241, man.
Likely trying to either land a kill or generate big pressure. The last important cooldown to track for rogues is only if they're spec'd into the combat tree. Killing Spree can also do minimal damage. Hunters are up next, and holy moly do they get a whole bunch of new abilities. Deterrence now deflects all incoming damage for 5 seconds. Freezing Trap can now be shot across the arena. Their pet has a Hand of Freedom on a 1-minute cooldown for themselves or their teammates. They can disengage away, allowing them to shoot backwards a short distance. Their pet has an Intervene just like a warrior, as well as having a big damage reduction cooldown called Roar of Sacrifice. But wait, because of their marksmanship, they actually get Readiness, which will reset every single cooldown that the hunter has. The two biggest downsides for the hunter is that you can actually eat their traps by standing on them when they try to trap your healer or DPS, as well as them being fairly squishy and easy to kill. Be aware that hunters cannot use the ability Deterrence if they're disarmed, so it's a very good idea to disarm them when they're about to use it. Warriors can also use Overpower and hit right through this ability. Up next is the Mage. They are similar to their TBC form, except now they have a ton of spell haste as well as mirror images. When they pop this, 3 copies of themselves will spawn and start casting into whoever the mage is hitting, giving them extra damage. Frost Mages now pick up Deep Freeze. This is a huge ability that has many purposes. It is a 5-second stun that also increases their frost damage on the target significantly. Be aware that they can Cold Snap and have this cooldown instantly reset, allowing them to double Deep Freeze in certain situations. Mages are, however, extremely squishy in Wrath of the Lich King, and if you are able to connect to a mage, their death is almost guaranteed. Fire Mages are now going to be much more common than they were in TBC. They have a very powerful CC called Dragon's Breath. This is an AoE disorient that affects every target in front of the mage. Do not stack your team against the Fire Mage ever, because they will likely just Dragon's Breath all of you and then get free CC chains off of it, as well as a bunch of damage. They can also knock people off ledges with Blast Wave, which is an AoE knockback. This is very good for Blades Arena as well as Knowledge of Sewers. Looks like Paladins are up next. Now, they don't really have a ton of new things to track. However, there is a few that shouldn't be ignored. Sacred Shield is a brand new ability and arguably the strongest offensive in the entire game, seeing as it essentially puts a regenerating power word shield on any target that the Paladin chooses with no cooldown. This can only be applied to one target at a time and is dispellable. Paladins will try to have this up 24/7, seeing as it is the best consistent damage mitigation in the game. Dispelling this does force the Paladin to spam reapply this, which not only puts your team ahead, but also puts theirs behind. They now have 2 different versions of Sacrifice. The first one is Hand of Sacrifice, which is what Blessing of Sacrifice gets turned into. This ability will transfer 30% of all damage taken on the target to the Paladin. Not only does this reduce damage on the target by a large margin, it also prevents the Paladin from being in any kind of a CC that breaks on damage, seeing as it will be transferring 30% of the damage to the Paladin. This is dispellable, so make sure that you are taking it off instantly if you are able to. The second version of Sacrifice they have is called Divine Sacrifice. This is a brand new ability that acts similarly to Hand of Sacrifice, except it actually goes on the entire team and is non-dispellable, making it extremely powerful. And that about does it for the Paladin. We are now moving on to the Rogue. The most common specialization that you will see a Rogue play in Arena is the Subtlety Rogue. The biggest thing that they get is Shadow Dance. This is a 1-minute cooldown that allows them to use their stealth abilities while out of stealth. They can sap anybody who is out of combat, as well as using Ambush, Cheap Shot, Garrote, etc. This is by far Subtlety's biggest cooldown that they rely on, so make sure that you are aware of when the Rogue is going to be using it. Subtlety Rogues have very low sustain damage, but extremely high burst damage. Tricks of the Trade is a new ability that will boost their party members' damage for a short time. If you see a rogue pop this, know that they are likely trying to either land a kill or generate big pressure. The last important cooldown to track for rogues is only if they're spec'd into the combat tree. Killing Spree is a brand new ability that will be very popular for the early parts of Season 5. This is a 2-minute cooldown that, when activated, has them attack you every half second with both weapons until 5 attacks are made. This hits for a significantly high amount of damage in an extremely short amount of time. However, something to know is that once the rogue hits Killing Spree, they no longer have control over their character, and if you are actually able to stack with your teammate, it will split the damage between you. Looks like Shamans are up next. They can now drop 4 totems at once, as well as shielding themselves with the glyph of Stoneclaw Totem. They also have Wind Shear. This is an ability with a 6-second cooldown that, when used, interrupts a cast for 2 seconds. This is honestly an extremely challenging ability to play around, seeing as every 6 seconds, the Shaman is going to be stopping someone's task.
Like Disc does with pain suppression, so if your teammate is getting railed by a comp and they're casting a lava burst or whatever you're fighting is doing a lot of damage to him, you just put a light well down and hope he clicks it, and you cast your flashlight and get locked, and then you lose the game, and that's why it's in D tier.
And there you go, guys. That was like amazing fun. I learned a lot. I was looking forward to this one because PvP, it's not a secret here that I'm a PvE Andy, but I really want to get into PvP like a lot. Like I'm gonna start like probably when I get back this weekend to start trying to get on one of the PvP for Lich King ones. But yeah, I wanna get into it because it's a lot of fun. Lich King's gonna leave. Lich King's very raid log friendly for those that don't know. Like not in like oh my god raid loggy way, but in a more fun way. But it's also like easier to get to that level of raid logging in Classic. I don't know, explain it.
Dual spec also.
Yeah,
you have ults, especially phase 1 where it's just Nax as the raid.
And look, now your classes. Look how many viable classes there are. Do you know how many viable classes there are?
Yeah.
All of them.
Like C+, like look at how many spec you can play. Like just mix and match any of those, and it's gonna be decent. Like it's not gonna, even if you pick the worst ones, so like that don't pair with each other, it's gonna be okay, you know.
There we have it. You want to do any closing thoughts on that now? Anything? You want to say anything? Start any last minute questions? Any burning questions about the topic? Or we say goodbye and Link?
No, I just want to say, thank you for like your knowledge and way of like wording things so that it's not like an absolute, because we all know that things are going to be changing the whole time.
Yeah.
Is phenomenal, man. Really.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Yeah, he's got a lot of video on TBC and Lich King. He's going up even more.
Yeah.
Follow him around. That's
if anybody doesn't know, I make YouTube videos too.
There you go.
I do stream. My Twitch is dead, by the way. I need to like pump my Twitch up. So.
What I like about what attracted me to him on this was that he's doing how to kill stuff, largely TBC and Lich King stuff. But I've been following for a while, so I know he knows a little bit about it. And these help me when I'm PvPing now in TBC. I'm also a bum. Like he's opened up saying he's not a multi-glad guy, but he's higher ranking than most of us in here right now, I'd assume, especially me. So.
Yeah, it's ranked the highest I've ever been. You know, you could make the argument I'm a 1% player. You know, I'm very high rated. I'm ranked 7 on the ladder.
Sky high. Yeah! I know you know about that, Judgmental. Don't play me, dude. I know you know about Sky High, you little cheeser. This guy's probably salivating at the mouth. Sky High. Of course. Of course he does. Is that DK here? Oh, interesting. If I could somehow live this, I'll be I'll be impressed with myself. Really? I just have to freedom the cheap, potion, and somehow live. I mean, I can't live if I have no HP and no Hodge or anything, dude. Ready to start that AV grind? It's a doozy. Is it really? Is it tough? I'm gonna have to see Athlon, dude. Athlon, I don't think I've seen you in here, dude. Welcome to the chat, play man. Welcome to the chat. Man, the guy attacked me with no mana, no cooldowns, nothing, dude. I had nothing available for the guy. Had absolutely nothing, man. What a jerk. I would love to fight that guy again. Hopefully I can. Hopefully I get the chance. I'm gonna go chase him down. Oh no, dude, I had lay on hands. That sucks. Imagine if I had cooldowns. You know, that's what usually will happen. Come on, buddy. Good damage, though. Yo, Assass is fire, dude. I love Assassination Rogue. On day 2, I got WEP and 4-piece on day 2. Wow. Jesus. Is that what you were doing, Maverick? GG, get it. From the little world PvP I've seen from you, I know you would have ruined that guy. Listen, bro. Listen. He's a good, by the way. But Rogue just gets countered by Pally all day, every day. It's a very, very bad matchup for him. Very bad. He spawned though. I'll give him a new opportunity. I'll duel him again. I will for sure duel him again though. I want to see what he's got. I don't have lay on hands, so it could be a wee bit sketchy. But I will duel him again. I think I need to sit the first stun. Hand of Freedom. I need to sit the first stun because if he cheaps me, I'm in trouble. Or kidneys me, excuse me. Come on, buddy, let's go. See, I have Repentance. He doesn't. It's really bad for him. Wow! He hit me with a 3K freaking Envenom. Holy shit! Excellent! Excellent. Shout out to that guy. Even though he's twinked out, but good for him. Holy shit. That was sick. That was sick. Great duel by that guy, dude. Great duel by that guy. I was waiting for the kidney, but man, freaking 3,000 in Venom. Holy shit, that hurts. Woo! He just he woke me up. He said, "Get humbled, sit down." That's the first person I've ever truly lost to in World PvP so far. Excellent. Shout out to that guy. Shout out to that guy. Where is he? I want to give him claps. Slash cheer. Slash bow. Slash bow. Excellent, dude. Excellent, 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 excellent work. Excellent, excellent work. Good job. That was great. That was very, very good. Wow,
Bro,
that makes me want to play my Assassination Rogue.
Cringy.
Yeah, it ignores armor completely. He cold-blooded, freaking Envenom, dude, hit me with a 3,000? What? That was sick. Torched me, dude. Torched me. He put me to bed. Damn, dude, that was sick. That was sick. Yo, Daniel Whitco, what's going on, babe? How we doing? I remember being sick, yeah. Damn, someone called the paramedics for Sky. Yo, I got freaking crushed, dude. I mean, listen, it's a super bad matchup for him if I freaking get some gear. You know, or even Sacred Shield, or... But he hurt. He hurt me bad. Very, very fast. He's definitely twinked out, though. I'll tell you that much. He's definitely twinked out. He's got full enchants. He's got, 2-piece on the armor. The Previs armor. He's got gear. He's got really good gear. I'll give him that, but he's good as well. It's rare that you find an actual good rogue.
Oh, 2 more.
For once, but that was awesome. What's up, Sky? I'm good. At work again. Yo, Daniel, man, you're kicking butt, dude. I'm glad you're tuning into the stream, dude. We miss you so much, man. We miss you so much. There's a way to kill this guy. I forgot what it was. Does anyone remember? Let's see. Dr. Boom. I need you to go to this can. Use these doom bots to take them out. Let's
2,700.
Stand on the rocks.
I need to get closer.
Toss the quest item at him. Yo, Caps. Toss it. Toss the quest item at him. Let's find it out, my friends. Let's just organize this piece. Okay, that I don't need anymore. That I guess I'll keep. So I'm going to rep this, I believe.
I need to get closer.
I can't reach it.
I don't have a time.
Hey, buddy, home from work now, watching you close the seats to learn all the tricks. Steven Blimke, what's going on, dude? Yo, thank God you didn't just tune in about 3 minutes ago. I just got my butt whooped by a rogue, which usually is not supposed to happen with this class. Absolutely torched, dude.
I need to get closer.
So I just sit here and do that?
I feel like a good rogue can beat anybody.
Yeah, that guy's good. That guy's very good. Assassination is terrifying, phase 1. I'm telling everyone. I put it in the videos that we made, all of it, dude, and everyone's like, what are you talking about? Subtlety rogue is way better. You have unlimited control and insane bursts. I'm like, bro, you have no idea what you're talking about, do you? Assass is ridiculous. They require almost no gear. What are you talking about? They need 0 armor pen.
This guy doesn't know what he's
70,
talking
what's your
about.
plan? Start on alt? Start on alt. I think for now, I'm going to do some PvP. Gear this guy up a little bit. I think that's the plan. I don't think I'm ready to go on another journey. I do... of course, sub offers more control. Dude, you have unlimited cheap shots. And you have shadow sub. Of course, I mean, you're more mobile. You offer more control. But Assass has a way more consistent burst. And it's not even close in phase 1. It's not even close.
Yeah, for
way more
PvE.
consistent damage and crazy burst with that cold-blooded venom. You're finally hitting 70? Yeah, dude, we're almost there. We're a level and a half away, baby. A level and a half away. Does way more damage. Yeah, Judgmental, you know your shit, dude. Yo, Judgmental, how old are you? If you don't mind me asking. Sub is the best in my opinion. Overall, sub is a very complete class. I don't think I'd play Assassination 3s. I would definitely play Assassin 2s, though, over sub if you're rocking a healer. Oh! Bobby Cash with the huge $4.99, dude.
I need a target.
Oh, it's because Assassination gets a fucking NMS, obviously. You would want to play with a healer.
Oh, that's all. Dude, you're a monster at leveling. Brian's game, what's going on, dude? Day night with the wife, dog. I'll be back on to finish it up. 69 to 70. I'm so close. Hell yeah, baby. Shout out to this guy. Let it ring, dude. Huge $4.99, dude. Thank you so much, brother, man. I appreciate it. The man, the myth, the legend, bro. Thank you, man. Thank you.
Dude, this guy tries
SP
way
sub
too
is
hard.
best twos. No, Shadow Priest sub is fun. It's S tier. It's S tier. If you guys can get your chain CCs off, it is by far one of the most disgusting, annoying comps you'll ever fight in the game. It is so annoying. It is so annoying. Oh wow, it's an engineering training here. I didn't even know that. Wow, that's interesting. Oh, the flying machine. Oh. I want this. I don't want to ride this stupid ass lion. Hold on, I'm gonna have to make this real quick, dude. Grab enough. Let's go. Damn, I could have wore those. Yikes, that would have been cool. Anyways, how much does it cost to make? Okay, I need 20 handful of fell iron bolts. Yo, hold up, I gotta make this real quick. Oh, yeah. Is there a smelter here? There is, I know there is. Come back, kick 27, by the way. Oh, you're 27, so you're around my age, dude. You're around my age. That's no wonder we have so much in common, bro. Level my human Pally to 55, but don't like Pally that much. Now I'm on the Horde as a Boomkin. Yo, Mike F. Boomkin is fun, brother, man. I never said Boomkin wasn't fun. Boomkin is very, very, very fun. And they start off the expansion very strong in PvE, so you got yourself a good class right there, man. You come across any feral druids yet? Tons, dude. Tons. I
This guy's annoying.
Feral is very, very tough. The thing about feral druid...
Oh my god, fuck off. Oh, we get this and then... Oh, we're... One more. If I can get one more, I'll go back in that cave and we will skyrocket up. Because then I'll put the nodes on reset. Just need one more. One more. One more. The fuck did I just press? Oh, land hands by accident. That's a graveyard. Come on, give me one. Give me one. One, not one. Come on, man.
I'm out of range.
Did he get some PvP done today? Yes. Yes. Now we can go back up here and get these other nodes. What the f- Get fucked. Later, bitch. Now we're gonna make some big money. So now we go back in here, which people don't know how OP this place is. At 245, and I'm gonna get 250 right here. Watch. Like, there ain't no way I don't. Because now I can literally mine everything in here. Nothing over there. But we know there's something over here. There's our first big boy. Yeah.
That spell isn't ready yet.
Yep.
That's still recharging.
We ain't hearthing. Another one right here.
I need to get closer. I can't cast that yet.
48. I know there's 2 more down here.
That's still recharging.
No. Just a cherry on top over here. This mithril spawned. I didn't even get a level for that. Kind of pisses me off a little bit. Definitely get this one though. Oh, we have to come back around for that one.
I can't cast that yet. Can't cast that yet. That's still recharging.
So this is 49 right here. Yeah, you just skyrockets. Damn, we would have hit 50 if fucking that mithril would have just gave me the what it owed me. Piece of shit. Oh, wait, we get lucky. Haven't seen this one spawn over here before. See, we're starting to dictate the spawns now. There it is. Where does it want me to go? Angoro? What do we got here? We got rich thorium vein. Oh boy, I don't know. Got dream foils here too. We could try it. We could try it. Let's see if we get any more on the way out. Oh. Dude, this place is so good, man. It's so good. Like, I don't even know if I want to leave. It's so good.
I can't cast that yet.
Oh wait, it's dead end. We are definitely in the home stretch now, though. Oh, I don't agree with this spot. Probably just gonna go to Ungoro.
That's still recharging.
Burrito 6 for 30 minutes. Oh, baby. We get one more on the way out. We get one more. From the Papa. I didn't even get a level, but that's money, hon. That's money. Alright, fuck it. Let's try it. If not, we can just come back here. Because we know how good this place is. Let's mix it up a little bit.
I need to get closer.
We need to sell shit anyways.
Well met.
I wonder if I should try to like... Let me see something real quick. Let's see if any of these bars can get me levels. Since fucking mining is such a nightmare to level. Which it is.
I'm out of range.
Loktar.
Smelt thorium. Alright, let's see what we can do here. What does this require? Dream dust? Well, that helped out a lot. Thorium bars. All right. I don't know what's worth more, mithril bars or mithril ore. What's worth more, mithril ore or bar? What's worth more, myth? For instance, mithril ore might be the best source of prospecting rare gems and is worth double or triple the price that smelted bars. The smelted bars, which are useful for some easy acquired transmog gear. What's easier to sell, mithril ore or bars? Depends on your server. Look at the auction house. Sell half of each. Bars for people that don't have mining skill, and ore for jewel crafters to prospect. I pretty much did bars out of all the pre-BC ore and never had a problem selling. Usually they're about the same price. Sometimes bars are a little bit more once you start getting outland ore. So I would go half and half, like someone suggested. At least that's what I do, and never have auction expire. I sell everything every time. 20 bars usually go for 30 to 35 gold on my server. All ores go for about 1 to 2 gold less. Check your server auction house. 20 mithril bars on my server go for about 45 gold, and on the weekends you can go up to his 50s. Ore is usually cheaper, about 5 to 10 gold less. Huh. Okay. Well. Let's see. Alright, this should net me some pretty good gold right here. And then I'll be able to buy probably enchants. I got my gems. This should profit me at least 200 gold. That's me being generous. Right? Well, we'll see what the prices are. Thorium bar. 5 gold for only... No way, dude. Alright. The hell is going on? Oh my god, I'm trying to fucking do this right now, dude. Can I bubble it off? No. I don't feel like doing the zombie event right now, man. Dense stone. Well, this doesn't go for much. No, I don't want to sell it, I guess. Good old iron ore. Alright. 3 gold for a stack? Oh my god. It's dropping right now. Got gold ore. I feel like silver and gold ore don't sell. Oh shit. Come on. This inherently has to be more. It has to. 10 gold minimum. I have 2 more and it's gold, which is more rare. No fucking shot, bro. No fucking shot, bro. Same price. Basically, silver's worth more. That don't seem right at all. Definitely don't seem right. Something up with that. Holy shit. 12 gold a stack for heavy stone? I want to watch this movie. Life root sucks. Jade leaf. Am I a fucking zombie now? Now what? Can I just fucking do my auction house shit, man? I don't care about this Scourge event shit. Alright, can I do my auction house shit? Can y'all not be assholes? Thanks.
To be really honest, I forgot Sneeko was there for a minute because he got really quiet because I honestly think he was a little fed up with the way Destiny was talking.
What I found funny about all this is I was paying attention to Sneeko and how he was reacting when you were speaking.
Asian girl talking about, yeah, I saw this. Stupid. I mean, like, damn. I had so many nice things to say about her too. I like that she was like speaking a lot at least, but
Yes, I was on Fresh and Fit last night. I am from Tampa and I flew to Miami for this. It was a really strong panel, so it was really hard for me to actually get my point across, which was kind of frustrating because there was 3 people there that I particularly didn't care for. Not because they don't agree with me, it was just their style of conversation. Mostly the guy. He was shouting and he didn't care for what anyone had to say.
is this deleted?
Yes, I was on their style of conversation. Mostly the guy. He was shouting and he didn't care for what anyone had to say. Like, you could be talking and he'd still shout over you. I'm
Holy
a firm
shit.
believer in you gotta learn how to articulate your conversations. You gotta learn how to, like, read the room. If someone starts saying something, even though you're making a valid point, you gotta, like, just stop and let them talk. He didn't care.
93
But that's
gold
the thing with people with
for
money.
a stack?
They are in their mind, they're in their ways, they don't care. But I'm a rookie.
No,
I
for the
understand my place.
total.
The way that she analyzes things is so fucking cringe. Oh, well, it's because he you know, it's because he has money, blah, blah, blah. Like, what? Okay.
It's fine. I just think it's funny that as a guy, he doesn't realize that you wouldn't be shouting in the room this loud if you were actually happy. But maybe he is happy, and maybe...
I also hate her. She does this thing where she'll say like some shit like, oh, well, maybe you're a piece of shit, but maybe he's not a piece of shit. Like, like commit to a position, dog.
He's just not realizing that his decisions are funky. Because I'm pretty sure I made a valid point of, would you still be doing what you're doing now 5, 10, 20, 30 years from now? And he couldn't even answer no. I could tell you what I'm doing.
I'm pretty sure I made a valid point when I said something and he disagreed. Like, what does this even mean? Are you serious?
31
like,
gold.
You literally opened the podcast with the most inconsistent position ever, and then you backed away from it when you realized how f***ing insane you sounded. Like, come on, dude.
My life right now, it's concrete for life. So who has a more stable future? As far as the chick with the leather jacket, she's cool. She's cute for a simple guy, but most women want more. And her style of conversation, honestly, was so textbook and boring. If her blowjob is anywhere similar to that, I gotta say, I hope she picks a really simple guy, because I was literally falling asleep when she talks. On top of that, I'm not a big fan of people who don't have compassion for other sides. You gotta have both sides, guys and girls, and it just felt very one-sided. But I enjoyed it a lot. I think Myron and Fresh and the whole crew did a great job.
So the
setting
bars
up
are worth
everything,
more.
And this is just my fair review.
Not dramatically
of
more,
everything.
but
those
more.
are the 3 people that I didn't really care for. I'm not gonna mention.
About 6, 7 gold more.
And I'm pretty sure they don't like me either. Don't really care. I don't think anyone really likes me. Doesn't bother me at all. But overall, the Fresh and Fit podcast was pretty badass. I enjoyed the conversations a lot. I just wish it wasn't so crowded. Yes, I was on Fresh and Fit last night.
Jesus. And then she goes into more specifics.
No. Sneeko's cool. I think Sneeko makes perfect sense. I think his style of conversation is aggressive, but I understand why he has to be that way. The guy I was talking about, his name was Destiny. He was a white guy. He looked kind of chumpy to me. He's a millionaire. He has money, but money doesn't faze me personally. I have my own. It doesn't faze me.
I like how she's like so obsessed with the money aspect. Like, if you were to ask me about things that I'm proud of in my life, like, money is like at the very bottom of the fucking list in terms of like what I personally would consider like, oh, these are the things I'm proud of, or these are my accomplishments or whatever. The fact that she's so fucking hyper fixated on that, she brings it up over and 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 over again. Like, it's telling me so much more about you than I think you realize. Like, this woman sounds like she's obsessed with money. Like, it is the most important driving thing in the world to her.
Also, money doesn't make.
Apparently you can't pause this without it fucking crack.
No. Sneeko, his name was Destiny. He was a white guy. He looked kind of chumpy to me. He's a millionaire. He has money, but money doesn't faze me personally. I have my own. It doesn't faze me. Also, money doesn't make you elite. It doesn't really do anything for me personally. That's your money. That's your life. It doesn't affect me how I view you. I think the guy has a lot of problems that he needs to work on. He thinks he doesn't, but I mean, to each their own. I'm pretty sure I'm no fucking walk in the park either. But he has an open relationship with his wife, I would say, or whatever they call it, where they sleep with other people because they're both travel and they both do the twitching thing. Cool for you. I just don't think long-term that's sustainable. I just think that his template in life only works for him and maybe the 1%. So it's
I hate that I was the one that brought this up over and over again on the show. That like, hey, the things we're talking about probably only work for like the top 1% of people. Or I don't recommend my lifestyle at all for anybody.
I don't recommend our lifestyles to anybody. I'm honest about it. I would say that to anybody.
Fair enough.
Like I say this over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. And then she's like presenting it like now, like it's in contrast to something I've said, pretending that it's her idea. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
to shout that and to make a crazy point about it the entire 3 hours I was there, I just didn't care for it. I think to have compassion when you talk to somebody, to address what you do and what fits for most people would make more sense. But not everybody has, perception to say that. To be really honest, I forgot Sneeko was there for a minute because he got really quiet because I honestly think he was a little fed up with the way Destiny was talking. First of all, if you're a guy and your name is Destiny, you're gonna have to make up for the fact that your name is Destiny. Second of all, if you're a guy and you give blowjobs, understand, as a female, you've lost my respect. Not that you need my respect, but I don't really like other females.
The back and forth, like, you've lost my respect. Not that you need it, like God, she's so non-committal.
Females are bitches to me. At this point, you're a bitch. So nothing you say is valid to me. Like, money isn't gonna change the way you think. I don't care. No.
This woman is so obsessed with money. It is actually unbelievable. I don't think I've heard anybody project like this hard in a conversation in my entire life. How many times did she bring up money between those two TikToks? Like 10 times? Money don't faze me. Money don't faze me. Money don't faze me. Bitch, nobody's talking about money. What are you talking about? Nobody's brought it up. Like, don't you think it'd be kind of cool if, women could do this thing in society? I don't know, because money don't faze me. Like, okay, that's cool. No one's talking about that. Jesus. Does she think your real name is Destiny? Who the f knows?
First of all, if you're a guy, your name is Destiny. You're gonna have to make up for the fact that your name is Destiny. Second of all, if you're...
This woman absolutely gets it. Oh, yeah, boy. So this beautiful young lady got a flight to Miami so she could be on Fresh and Fit. She made a few TikToks explaining and talking about her experience while on the show. First of all, I want to start off by saying I love this individual's content. She is very logically sound and she makes perfect sense. If you pay attention to the video that I stitched right here, you'll understand the importance for being a well-rounded man. This is what I try to tell guys all the time. It's not only about money. Destiny came on the show. First quarter, a man with the name Destiny is just crazy. Anyways, this guy came in all loud and interrupting.
He's fucking serious?
That he's elite.
You guys are assholes.
You just got some money and you pretty intelligent. That's it.
What? Why are they all so obsessed with... Wait, how much did we even talk about the money thing? Wait, what the f***? I'm losing my mind over here.
Trust me when I tell you, Destiny, no man is trying to be like you. And the young lady that I stitched right here, she can see right through you, just like most women can. They can look at a man and see if this man can get respect from other men. And I'll say, I watched that episode that she was on. And I must say, there's quite a few things that I picked up about you, brother.
Oh my God, man.
Off top, you look weak. Why are you talking down on people like that? It don't make no sense. Second of all, bro, you're not fooling anybody. Most of us men understand that you're with the girl that you're with because you're safe. Trust me, she knows that no other women are checking for you, Destiny.
Why do they feel so comfortable making so many statements that if they would just do like one fucking hour of research, they would see is like so unbelievably not tracking to reality? Like, it's such an unbelievably stupid, and the projection is so real. It's like, hey guys, so here I am to get, it's like the guy's a bot. Here I am to give you the copy-pasted opinions about everything in the world. And here you go, we all agree with this, and I'm gonna tell you what we're all already thinking so that I can get some likes and retweets and reblogs and reticks or whatever the fuck they call it. Like, the projection is unbelievable. Holy shit.
You're safe, and you allow her to do whatever she wants. You will remain safe. Third, it's a little bit of a connectivity with the first point that I was making, but bro, you a little condescending. And I get it, trust me, I do. But the problem is, you can't back it up. And what I found funny about all this is I was paying attention to Sneeko and how he was reacting when you were speaking. And Sneeko saw right through you too. I believe the primary reason for you even being on the show is there's a healthy amount of respect for your expertise, which is completely different than respecting a man for who he is. Which leads me to my overall message for this video for the guys. You need to be the man who's respected for who he is. That is the value of being a well-rounded man. If you only have money and nothing else, then you will just be used for your money. If you only have knowledge and nothing else, then you will just be used for your knowledge.
If I would say I'd invite either of these people on. Man, how brainless are you to say such clueless fucking shit and have no idea who the f I am? Like, here are some things that I can tell about you. You're a bot. You're an NPC, okay? You're here to clout farm. You have nothing interesting, nothing novel, nothing insightful to add any of the conversations. And two, you must be incredibly fucking arrogant to add so much dialogue into something that you're so utterly clueless about. And I don't mean that from like a knowledge or book smarts, whatever perspective, just having no idea who the fuck I am. Why would you make so many like conclusions about who I am or so many like crazy statements about me? You clearly have no idea who the fuck I am or what I've done. Like, dude, I could be like the founder of like the Donate Hearts to Starving Kids in Africa Foundation and you would have no fucking idea because it's obvious you haven't even done like an ounce of research on anything you're talking about. Like, why? It always amazes me that people are so confident stepping into certain arenas and just like talking so much shit. Like, who the fuck are you? Like, I don't know.
Trust me when I tell you, fellas, it is in your best interest to be the best man you can be in all areas.
Yeah, I totally disagree with that. I think you should not be the best man ever. Like, the copy-pasted bot advice is just as cringe as like anything you hear on the left. Make sure you guys be the best man you can be in every way possible, guys. Be the best. Hustle, go to the gym, be the best. Like, oh, thanks, dude. Wow. Fucking novel shit there, man. Thank you so much. Thank you for the advice. Like, come on.
Your mental, your emotional, your spiritual, and your financial. Get it all straight. Get it all correct. It's kind of like something I heard Myron say in the past. You want to be kind of like a vending machine, and you have a variety of different sodas. That way, if you need to use the Sprite, you got the Sprite. If you need to use the Pepsi, you got Pepsi. Dr. Pepper, it's on deck. Be a man who is capable and competent in every situation.
She's... Okay.
Man.
Kill me.
Damn. Got him.
Kill me. Be a vending machine, guys.
Got him. Yeah,
bro, Rolo.
be a
Oh,
vending
thank
machine.
God they included more than just one. This Rolo guy who won't debate me. Fucking every time I'm on Fresh and Fit, he's donating so much. Every one of Destiny's takes collapses if you kick out the legs of social constructionism, emotionalism, and the blank slate. Like, so many things. Bro, why'd I just talk to me? Why not just talk to me? How can you be so scared? Was this reply on Twitter complete bullshit? Was he just pretending to want to debate? I think he thought I was like one of the random like lefty progressive blue pill losers who's like scared of like confrontation. But then when I suggested like, oh yeah, let's chat, then he like just completely ran away. And now he's saying like, oh well, there's no point in debating people like that. Okay, dude. Okay, dude. Okay, dude. Let's see. Rolo excuses for not debating from the live chat. Unless there is a point of contention to debate, these shows just evolve into who can mine the video.
I really hate
for the
how
best
long this
30-second
takes, man.
gotcha reel. I don't deal in should, I deal in is. Okay. That's the problem with the TLDR generation. They think anyone on social media is automatically an influencer and offering advice if they made a video. Bro, of course you're offering advice. What the f are you talking about? I literally just wasted 30 minutes listening to you talk about like, I'm telling you that you guys have the capability to find the answers inside yourself. What is this if not self-help advice, if not life advice? People think I'm pro-life because I point out that abortion is a fail-safe for bad reproductive choices women make. I've never said anything about best practices. My goal is not to influence men. My goal is to equip them to find their own solutions. Equipping somebody to
How am I
find their
supposed
own
to get this shit
solutions is
off me?
influencing them. What a weird word game. Most debate shows are just red meat videos that stem from a confident ignorance on the part of the guy who mischaracterizes the other. Okay, bro. Nice, dude. He's got like his whole own like self-fulfilling prophecy for why he'll never need to engage with opposite opinions anyway. Imagine talking shit. I would dismantle you with alacrity in 20 seconds if we had a conversation. And they'd be like, well, but there's no real point in debating. Okay, dude.
Why this particular path, though? You could have done anything else. Why this one? Oh, you're moving away from the hedonism.
Yes, yeah, that.
So we're moving away from the hedonism, and we're on it. So do you are you like hyper aware that like you're in a moment and your life is shifting, and you're like, oh my god, I'm making a transition?
Yeah, it happened a little bit ago, but yeah.
How does it feel to be in a transition? I have a prediction about your life, but I don't know if I should say it out loud.
Go ahead, do it. Why not? Now that you said that much, you kind of have to. Now you're committed to it.
No, I'm doing emotionally.
Pretty good. Did something happen?
Wait, why are you asking me that? Did something happen?
Well, I don't know. When you ask a question like that, it makes me feel like some shit's going on. Did I miss something?
Technically, no. If anything, I feel like I missed something in your life. Where I don't know. You talked to this guy the other day, Devin or something.
Now it was the cool thing to do to attack Destiny, and they took that advantage, man. Like, even people that I thought were like, I considered like acquaintances or friends of yours.
And many of those people you just referenced literally started their communities on the back of it. So when you lend them your original voice, you give them your power. You absolutely can't do that.
So here's like the big shift that's happened. About 3 months ago, if you would have asked me what is the purpose of life, I think I would have said the purpose for your life. And over the past few months, my mind has kind of shifted a bit into where, does that make sense?
Bro, it makes perfect sense. I'm completely that it's your voice that's telling me this.
Yeah, pretty cringe. But,
And you're on this like quasi.
Wait, I want to watch that. Where's that at? Destiny, Devin, Ash. Cool thing to do is attack you.
when I was banned from Twitch and I tried to stream on other channels, I remember Kevin would reach out to me and he'd be like, hey, you're gonna get
now that you've had a lot of time, are you upset about your Twitch ban? And I was surprised at that point, like how few people actually really stood with you. Like as soon as the hammer fell, everyone on the outskirts that had like the ability, now it was the cool thing to do to attack Destiny, and they took that advantage, man. Like even people that I thought were like, I considered like acquaintances or friends of yours.
And many of those people you just referenced literally started their communities on the back of it. So when you lend them your original voice, you give them your power. You absolutely can't do that.
So here's like the big shift that's happened. About 3 months ago, if you would have asked me what is the purpose of life, I think I would have said the purpose for your life. And over the past few months, my mind has kind of shifted a bit into where, does that make sense?
Bro, it makes perfect sense. I'm completely that it's your voice that's telling me this.
Yeah, pretty fucking cringe. But,
because
what is this? No one in media got the Twitch exclusivity announcement right. Headline news appeared in clickbait. Streamers whispered about this news. Here's what really happened. Should read the announcement. It says clearly you still can't multi-stream simulcast on any of their competitors. We know that. I wonder why they give like why even give bullshit PR reasons for, like, we all know, or maybe people can't see through like how obvious it is when they make certain statements. Like, so Twitch says you can't simulcast to YouTube or Facebook, but like the reasoning they give is like, well, we know that you can't maintain a high quality stream if you're duo streaming or whatever. It's like a really dog shit reasoning. Like, just say you obviously don't want us to broadcast your biggest competitors. Like, just be honest about it. They should raise an immediate red flag. Why is Twitch calling the shots on what is good or bad for your community? None of the data on simulcasting supports this. Yeah, of course. It's just, you should call the shots. A lot of people are saying, well, now Twitch streamers can stop their Twitch stream and stream somewhere else, which is completely wrong. The exclusivity clause always applied to content being created on Twitch. You could always stream on Twitch for an hour, stop your stream and go somewhere else. Twitch doesn't own that content, you do. That is, I'm almost certain that that's not true. I would have to see the new partner contracts, but generally on Twitch, I believe that it says that the licensed content streamed on Twitch is exclusive to Twitch, but there's another part of that contract that says licensed content includes live video broadcasts, I believe. But I'd have to go back and look. I would have to see a newer contract to check, but you can't live stream the same on Twitch as another platform they consider a competitor. You can stop your stream and stream elsewhere. That's always been the case. Something changed. Exception for only the top 100 plus streamers who are paid to be. Ugh. All right. Exclusive to Twitch. It isn't a concession to give affiliates to partners TikTok and Instagram live simulcasting because they could have never enforced that at scale anyway. It's only relevant for their top creators. This is probably true. Honestly, as a smaller partner, you probably could simulcast and you just wouldn't get caught. That'd be my guess. Never mind. I'll just say I know that was true for me. For top partners that are signing exclusive different contracts, they're not signing partner contracts. They're signing a different Twitch exclusive contract. Destiny, my contract just says 24-hour first run exclusivity, whatever stream to Twitch. I think that is Wicked Supreme. Can you shoot me that contract and I can read it? Because I think the trick is in how they define licensed content. I think me and Devin might have disagreed on this before, but the wording was ambiguous at best, although I don't know if I would have agreed, but I can check. If you shoot me your contract, I can look real quick. Affiliated most partners simulcasting was unenforceable, especially on short-term platforms, so that is a genius PR move by Twitch. It doesn't cost them anything. I'm impressed. Great marketing here. Twitch's underestimation here is the power of TikTok Live. TikTok Live viewership has already exceeded Twitch in IRL categories. The discovery is massive there. I think they just recently made it so you can stream for your computer on TikTok. I don't know how much that'll ever catch up though, or catch on. I'm not sure. Every Twitch streamer should absolutely take advantage of this and stream to TikTok Live alongside their Twitch broadcast. Two of my Patreon communities at $2 do this on one day for TikTok Live will probably surpass Twitch in total hours watched by 2024. That's probably true, but I think it's a different type of audience that watches TikTok. The amount of misinformation sounds insane. Okay. Wait, are there any partner Twitch streamers that can send me a contract? Like a normal partner contract? Supreme might be bitching out, I don't know.
Oh shit. Can people just come in here?
If only if you have the permissions to do so.
Really?
You have the permissions, so.
Should I leave? Do you?
I'm in here just so people like you can join and we can chat.
Really?
Yeah. If I'm in
Dude,
here.
how you doing, man?
Pretty good. How you doing, buddy?
I miss you.
I miss you too. Where do you live at these days? Still in the Northwest?
I'm in Texas.
Oh, and the big A, Austin?
No, I decided to not do that because I feel like that's just moving from Seattle further south, you know?
Sure.
So I decided to go to Dallas, and I do not regret my decision.
Okay.
You're doing really well on YouTube, my friend.
Yeah, for sure, I would say, yeah. Obviously.
I'm super proud of where your brand is going. I think it's good. I still watch a lot of your work, and I do like review. I say review like I'm judging them or something. I watch them to learn, like your VOD and stuff.
Okay, have we argued about this? What licensed content means before?
I don't think so, but we're going to.
Okay. I think about arguments before. So obviously none of this has ever been tested in court. So
yeah,
I think some people are under the impression that on Twitch. Let me see if I can find this on Twitch.
I sent you it. I just sent you it. I can give you a little bit of like background before we get into this because it might be relevant.
Probably not. Hold on. If the background is going to be, well, I've talked to lawyers, whatever. I've talked to lawyers too, so that's not going to help anything. Unless you think you have like an official decree from Twitch or something, that would be interesting. But
no, my point is, my only point. We can go about the language, but I want to be clear that what I sent you is the standard partner contract because. Because I reviewed many partner contracts to confirm that.
Yep.
And that's something that a lot of content creators are calling me out on is they're like, well, there's this other contract that says it is exclusive and I cannot, no one can produce this mythical contract.
What you're showing me is the language that I'm familiar with. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, same page. So well, we can argue on that language.
Yeah, so on section 1, subsection 3 here, there's a thing called exclusivity.
Yes.
And so it says, starting from the beginning of the initial broadcast of any licensed content and continuing for a period of 24 hours following the end of the initial broadcast of such licensed content, the quote-unquote exclusivity period, such licensed content is exclusive to Twitch, even as to content provider. During the exclusivity period of any licensed content, content provider will not nor permit or authorize any third party to broadcast, stream, distribute, exhibit, or otherwise make available such licensed content in any manner. And then I don't think we need to read the rest of that. So some people, and I think you included, have taken this to interpret as, oh, well, the only content that Twitch actually has the exclusivity over is licensed content broadcast on their platform. But I don't think that's actually the case. I think that licensed content, I think that's a legal term that if you read earlier in the Twitch contract, it says content is more fully described in Exhibit A, which is quote unquote licensed content. And when you go to Exhibit A on a standard partner contract, that licensed content is defined in the contract as licensed content means any and all audiovisual content that is developed, created, produced, and or licensed by content provider or its players and teams as applicable that is permitted by the terms of service, including video gaming and or esports related content and so-called quote unquote creative and quote unquote IRL content. So when I read that language, it sounds to me like if I were to stream like a video game play or whatever, that would count as quote unquote licensed content, even if I was streaming it on other platforms. And that content would be, Twitch should have an exclusive right to it, even if I stream it on another platform.
So I'm also reading Exhibit A right now, and I've read this before. I have a couple of different positions on this. So I think first of all, to address 1.3, starting from the beginning of the initial broadcast to the end of the initial broadcast, that says pretty clearly that for the duration of the broadcast itself, that is the exclusivity period, that content.
Correct.
That's why I state that if you stop your broadcast and start a new broadcast somewhere else, that's no longer, even if Exhibit A.
Yeah, but the problem is, it's the initial broadcast of such licensed content. And licensed content, that's capital L, capital C. That is referring to the content declared in Exhibit A. That's not just any stream. I think
But the term of that licensed content is the duration stated in 1.3.
Correct, which is the initial broadcast of any licensed content.
This is amazing
If I were to
so
broadcast
far.
it on YouTube, the initial broadcast of that licensed content would occur on YouTube, which would be a violation of Section 1, Subsection 3. Because insofar as licensed content is defined in Exhibit A, if I start that initial broadcast on another platform, I'm necessarily violating that 24-hour exclusivity.
I think that how can Twitch dictate the terms of where that broadcasted content is in on a platform that isn't theirs, right? Like,
well, because you license I mean, that's standard contract. You can license like an appearance of somebody, like you can only...
You can if you pay for it, but these are 1099 contractors. These are not people...
Well, now you're getting into another W-2 versus 1099 debate, which you can. We can fight over the enforceability of the contract, but I'm saying as written, this is what the contract implies.
I don't know. I think it's vague. That is my second point, we can stay on this, but like this is like my second point is I don't think that this is really enforceable, especially in California where exclusivity and non-competes are really shaking anyway. But like we both said, it's never been challenged. We don't really know.
Yeah, that was because when I was partnered a long time ago, I read that
this place
Section
is
1,
fucking incredible so far.
I read that and I was like, wait, shouldn't I be able to stream on other platforms? There's Esports Batman and Apple, as I fought with them a little bit over it, and they said that the legal language was a little shaky because it made it sound earlier like there was a certain type of licensed content that can't be streamed on other platforms ever, but that the language was like iffy. And then obviously I went and I asked my account manager and he said absolutely not, but that wasn't like a legal guy, that was just my AM. Like I'm pretty sure that like by the spirit, the nature of the contract is to give you that exclusivity as Twitch. So like if you were to start breaking it, my imagination would be that they would either rework all of their contracts or something else, right? Like right now, let's ignore the people that have signed the actual exclusive contracts. Like if any partner were to just start streaming on YouTube, if they were sufficiently big enough, I'm pretty sure that their AM would come down on them. It's like, hey bro, you can't do that. Oh, and it happened to me actually when I was banned from Twitch and I tried to stream on other channels. I remember Kevin would reach out to me and he'd be like, hey, you're gonna get f***ed if you do that, just let you know. And I'm like, oh, okay, whatever.
It happened to a bunch of creators. I got a lot of DMs from people after this thread, and a lot of PMs were telling people exactly that. I think they were instructed at one point in time to say that. And look, ultimately, it's true, right? Because Twitch can still ban you, regardless of what is in the contract. They can ban you for any reason on their platform.
Sure.
So if they say don't stream on a platform, or we'll ban you, which is kind of the implication from those PMs, right? It's not we're going to sue you or put you in court or call you to contract on this. It's we're going to terminate your service, and that's the ultimate threat to any Twitch creator.
Well,
right?
The language that I heard was that you could lose your partnership, not that you would get banned. Obviously, they can ban for any reason, but.
So would you lose your partnership on a breach of contract, or they just remove your partnership?
Those are the same thing, right?
they're different. Like you lost your partnership because of I assume they called it a for-cause breach because of the comments and stuff. Like that was actually a legal issue, right?
Yeah, it was a legal issue, but they never actually told me what it was for, which I thought was wild.
Really?
Let's see. It's legal. I don't want to misquote this.
Did you ever see
Let me find the exact.
the video I made about this with you? About your ban?
Maybe a long time ago, but.
Yeah, it was. That's some horseshit. I didn't even know that. That's crazy.
Okay, no, they did say it was for pursuant to section 5.2. It was a material breach of your obligations under the agreement to not include content and licensed content that is prohibited by the content guidelines exhibited thereto as Exhibit D.
What?
Here, I can just copy paste it to you.
Yeah. yeah. So this is a legal severance of the contract they're claiming.
Yeah,
so that's what I meant. So
Yeah,
that's different from we're just removing your partnership because we feel like it, because we can, because we're Twitch, because we own the platform.
Yeah, for sure. I don't know if you can just do that though, right?
Well, are they? We'd have to look at the termination clauses of this contract, right? So
There's no way the termination clause would let them just terminate at will with no clause, right? Like that would be a pretty wild contract if that was the case.
Termination for breach, termination for bankruptcy, return of confidential information, and effective termination. So it looks like they can only terminate here for an actual breach of contract. So then that would mean that, yeah, there's not even any mutual like, hey, I want to. So I guess what I don't understand about this, maybe you can help me understand this better. If you're going to treat a Twitch streamer like an employee and say you can basically only exclusively work here even on your off time, but you don't materially compensate them for that in any way.
You're coming to the wrong person if you're looking for me to defend that point of view. I think that's wild.
I'm not looking to defend. I'm looking for your opinion.
I think that's wild. I think that just seems insane to me that like you own a streamer, like you can do that on like a 1099. That was an argument that I think me and Dan are kind of hashed out a long time ago. The idea that like, should you be considered, like, how long would it take for you to be considered a W-2 employer, like depending on the types of restrictions they place against you? Because if you go through that like 1099 versus W-2 checklist, they crossed off quite a few boxes. But that idea that you could hold somebody to be exclusive to your platform and not compensate them in any way for it seemed a little bit strange to me. But I mean,
did Dan take an opposite point?
No, he agreed.
Yeah. So ultimately, if let's like play out the scenario that somebody is streaming on YouTube on their off time. Like I've never disagreed that multi-streaming is I mean actually I think that this would happen in either case, but let's say that like somebody is multi-streaming and then Twitch takes them to contract and terminates their partnership for breach. I assume they just ban them so it's easier and they don't have to deal with this, but let's assume they have to.
I don't think
do they have to terminate your contract with a ban?
No, I don't think they do. I don't think that's actually normal because when my contract was terminated, I wasn't banned. Mitch Jones and Jenna both had their contracts terminated with no ban. So I don't think it necessarily follows that if they're terminating your contract, there's going to be a ban following it up. I don't think that's always the case.
Sorry, I'm saying the opposite case. They ban you, but they don't terminate your contract.
Oh, I don't know if they can do that.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking, because in that case, what I'm saying is, like, let's say somebody that is pretty big gets the idea to multi-stream, and then Twitch says, okay, you can't do that, we're going to ban you, and then that person takes this to court. Like, what happens?
I don't know. I was about to cobble together a bullshit answer, but I truly don't know the answer to that. Because the question is, you have a legally binding contract, right? And
yeah.
Contract is important. But imagine if they're like, okay, well, we don't have a real reason to, you know, under your contract, so you can maintain the contract, but we're gonna ban you from the platform. Well, it's like, oh, well, fuck me, I guess, right? Yeah, because now it's like, well, your contract, so like maybe Dr. Disrespect is still a partnered streamer, he's just banned, you know? That would be pretty funny, yeah.
Like, a California judge is like, okay, so you're telling me that this person can only create anything creative on their platform, which can be broadly defined as anything, and do that offline and online, and you're not paying this person to do this. And, like, I think this would be ridiculous, right? Like the whole multi-streaming exclusivity argument to me has always been unenforceable by Twitch. If somebody really called them to task on it.
Yeah, the only thing I'd ever heard, because nobody's really tested that. The only thing I
think you're the only one. Because you
Well,
started
hold on.
you started streaming
Okay.
on Destiny.gg, and and I don't think anyone ever gave you any trouble for it. Amazingly, I couldn't believe this. Like right? Like, and then once you lost your partnership, you were on Twitch and YouTube at the same time, right?
Wait, I'm sending you a message.
Okay. I often refer to you as like one of the only people that actually like tested the dual streaming thing.
That's what. So
yeah.
So it's not. So you can't really do
That's
it.
so funny.
Yeah, you can't really do it, but it's like it's like speeding. You don't always. Yeah. So that's more or less kind of what I was like.
But what surprises me is your size. Like
yeah, but it's
right?
because. Hold on.
Sorry.
No, you're good.
I'm having to close my office door here.
Dude, Angoro is fucking phenomenal. This place is great. Where are you at? Man, Goro's fucking amazing.
Oh.
Yeah. So maybe in the future that would change with more manpower or something, but.
How could it? There's just so many more broadcasters, right?
Too busy working with that trust and safety team.
Whatever the hell they're doing. Yeah. Are you on another note, are you like at this point, now that you've kind of like had a lot of time, are you upset about your Twitch ban? Like, do you mind it? Or has it not really impacted your life?
I mean, spiritually, I guess I'm a little upset because I feel like I did so much on that platform and for that platform, so it kind of hurts that you kind of got tossed out at the end, or I got tossed out at the end. That was a little annoying. But I mean, obviously, at the end of the day, I guess it benefited me. I could open up my content a lot more. I don't have to constantly worry about being banned for some stupid shit on Twitch. I don't have to constantly worry about, like, if I watch a YouTube video or if I see a thing, it's gonna fuck me over or whatever. So like, YouTube is a lot more concise in that I know that there are certain things I can say here to get banned because it's in their TOS, but I think, and this is gonna sound really conspiratorial, I don't mean it to sound that way, I do believe that Twitch genuinely does have kind of like, this is so cringe to say this, but I think they do have like an activist moderator team. Like, I think they have like, I've always heard stories, I don't know if it's true or not, but like, I've had people tell me that it is literally like a bunch of San Francisco yuppies that are like ultra progressive that run a lot of the parts of these moderation teams, and they take like a personal eye to a lot of the types of content violations, and they will act stuff that they feel like doesn't play into the types of community agendas that they want to sell on Twitch, whereas on YouTube it's all fucking robots. So as long as you don't trip like the algorithm on YouTube, there's not a fucking dude at the end of the day. There's not some 26-year-old guy with purple hair that's trying to see if you're being an evil person or not on YouTube. It's just like all of their algorithms that are making sure you're not saying horrible fucked up things or that are tripping certain formulas. So the chance of getting banned on YouTube, you have to fuck up like in a pretty specific way, whereas on Twitch, like you can be ideologically targeted, whereas I don't think that's the same on YouTube, as upset as that makes some conservatives here. But yeah.
I used to actually take the opposite point. I think even talking to you a long time ago, I would say that like Twitch had a pretty fair moderation policy, and
I think they did at one point. I do believe that. When we argued about it, they probably did. I don't think it's always been like ultra ideologically driven. And I got away with like, I got banned quite a few times, and like I came back and stuff, and it was like, okay. But like, I've heard that that's kind of a thing that has been kind of slowly changing. And I think you can kind of see it in the statements that Twitch puts out and the way that they interact with their fan base and everything, that's kind of slowly changed over time as the values of the company have changed. Like they just recently folded on, and dude, I am the biggest, I suck off vaccines. I'm like triple boosted. I approve of all the much, but like they just buckled recently, said that they're going to require like vaccines and masks and shit for their event. And I think those are standards that I don't think anybody in the United States is doing anymore. Like that's pretty wild to me. So yeah.
Do you disagree with that? Evo just did it. Do you
did
disagree
Evo do
with,
it?
Evo did masks. I don't know if is the vaccine thing like they're checking if you have a vaccine or not?
Fuck, I'd have to go back. I don't want to misquote their official statement. I know at the very least.
I made an angry tweet about this, so I can.
I know at the very least they required masks. I don't remember if they required vaccines in a negative test as well. Does anybody know? Can somebody just tell me?
Someone said Evo's probably just masks. Yeah, that's probably right. The negative test thing is actually a big difference.
I don't know if the vaccine and mask thing was checked, so let me check, okay? Because I don't want to misquote. Okay, you need to wear a snug mask that completely covers the nose and mouth, and you need to either present proof of at least 2 doses of a COVID-19 vaccine or a record of a negative COVID-19 test. So,
EVO was vaccines, by the way. They did require vaccines.
EVO required vaccines as well? Oh, okay. My understanding, I haven't seen any other place in the United States that's still doing this level of like safety checks, but I guess maybe other people are. Yeah, I don't know.
So your point in that was that you think
I think Twitch is
kind of like betraying their ideology through that action.
No, I don't want to say
showing.
Not betraying our ideology.
By showing. Sorry.
Yeah,
Like betraying the truth, the wizard behind the curtain. You know.
Yeah, I think they're moving, or not. It's not that they're showcasing; they always were. I think they've just slowly kind of been moving in that direction over time, like ideologically.
It's one of the things that's changed for me since we last talked is I'm really deep in the agency world now. So I used to look at all these issues from the perspective of a Twitch streamer.
Sure.
And now I look at them from the perspective of someone that like regularly does like ad deals with Twitch like every week and all these companies. And I can tell you 100,000% that's right. Like Twitch as a whole company has shifted towards that culture.
Yeah.
And I would completely agree with that take at every level. Like it's really crazy to like talk about the differences between some of the way that these brands are handled, and everyone always have to be really careful here, but like there are some game developers that I'll talk to and they're like, yeah, so like we think our vision of the game is going forward, like, you know, we really believe in like these design decisions and implementing player damage numbers in these ways. Then you'll like meet someone that'll be like, yeah, so like we're really trying to make more of our elves gay, and I'm like, okay, like you know, it's just the priorities are very different.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's gotten a little bit crazy at Twitch, but
yeah,
I imagine they'll course correct eventually. But I mean, you kind of saw the writing on the walls too when they did that really weird the community feedback panel or whatever, or the community whatever the fuck it was, and there was like the deer girl was on it, and she was like fighting with the whole internet over saying like wild and crazy shit. And it's like
that was just ridiculous.
Yeah.
The entire like panel thing. That was crazy. And you know what's so crazy about YouTube is like, as do you have a partner manager at YouTube?
Fuck no.
Okay. The humans that run YouTube are like super fucking reasonable people. And I'm actually surprised you don't. And I think you could have one if you wanted.
I don't know if they do account managers for YouTube?
Yeah. There's tons of AMs.
Oh. Wow.
Yeah. And they're like,
I thought that historically, I don't know if well, you're saying it's still not that way, but historically it used to be the only way you had access to that type of stuff was through like MCNs back in the day.
Yeah, MCNs have kind of gone the way of the dinosaur. Like they're basically universally predatory.
Yeah, they always were. Yeah. The only modern benefit, or I say modern, but the past few years, like the only reason why I would ever recommend somebody get an MCN, or the things I'd heard well about MCNs, whereas that if you ran into like weird moderation shit, you had a direct line to YouTube that you could escalate shit through, which was always like really nice.
And that was especially important when they were developing like the mother brain AI that would just randomly kill people for.
Yeah, you're like, oh, I made a video where I said COVID and my entire channel got fucking nuked, and now they've sent like the Google fucking assassins to go and murder my child. Like I need help here, because yeah. And then the only other way that you could get like help was if you had a sufficiently big enough Twitter account and you could get enough tweets to like Google support, which was funny. Yeah, but.
Yeah, there's YouTube support is actually incredible now. Like on Twitter, a lot of people get their issues solved that way. I had a client that was trying to whitelist something for like YouTube Music and just literally like messaged them with like, and they had like 10 followers, and YouTube support fixed the problem. Like I feel like YouTube is solving problems at scale for any social platform is really difficult.
Yeah, especially when you're talking Google, like scale is like, it is the scale. It's the largest scale of any fucking company in the world. Yeah.
Yeah, straight up. And YouTube has probably done that better than any other social platform. You have so much experience with problems with
moderation.
Twitter. Yeah. I was worried for a minute that you were gonna get Andrew Tated, man. Like, you know, the tech companies, they seem to all move as like one organism.
They do. And as soon as I got banned from Twitch, the same fucking hour my fucking Discord server got unpartnered too, and I'm like, oh well, here it's finally happening. Here we go.
Here it goes.
It was like the end of the. You remember the Dark Knight Rises? when all the kids are in the school bus and he's like, get down, this is it, and it's like, oh shit, it's all coming down now. Yeah.
You either die a hero or live long enough to see yourself become the villain.
Old permaban, yeah.
And I was surprised at that point, like how few people actually really stood with you. Like as soon as the hammer fell, everyone on the outskirts that had like the ability, like they like now it was the cool thing to do to attack Destiny, and they took that advantage, man. Like even people that I thought were I had considered like acquaintances or friends of yours. It was strange to see. Like,
some people did. I was surprised. Some people didn't say much. I think Asmongold had kind of positive things to say. SFan did. There were some political people in the smaller corners of the political sphere, like I'm Really Important, Pisco, and Wicked Supreme had some nice things to say. But for the most part, I think everybody just kind of like moved on. Train was really nice. He was a cool dude. He reached out to me and he was like, hey, dude, do you want like 100K to weather the storm? I'm like, I appreciate it, I'm good. I was really friendly though. I was like, damn, that's a friendly gesture. Thank you.
Everyone that is in Train's immediate vicinity just periodically gets offered some life-changing amount of money.
Yeah. It feels like when he's walking up to me though. Have you seen The Wire?
I have, yeah.
Yeah, he's like Marlo from The Wire. It's like, you know.
Yeah.
You know, do a favor, get a favor. No, I don't think Train would ever do something like that, to be fair, but no, yeah.
I'm so proud of him, man. Like he's working with this charity organization, and he built this huge mental health program for his community, and then that's now been extended to a bunch of other people. Other streamers are donating to it, and I think he donated something like 12,000 therapy sessions, and it's through a company, I should say a nonprofit, called Rise Above the Disorder. And dude, I knew these guys from way back when, in like 2015. They were like, I had them at CLG, like in our like basement, like getting this charity started. And they did amazing things. Like they have a hospital in Los Angeles for mental health, and so they partnered with Trainwrecks, and I think he donated.
Dude, Ungoro is fucking phenomenal.
Yeah, so it's been really impressed with like what's going on with him. He's very philanthropic in his own way.
Yeah, he seems to be. Yeah.
I still take issue with ultimately why I stopped streaming on Twitch. I actually I think I've been a little bit too. What's the word? What's the word like when you suck yourself off? I guess it's sucking yourself off.
Self-aggrandizing, or is a nice way to say it. Yeah.
When I said I quit Twitch because of the gambling issues, I think it was just like I think at the end of the day I'm so far north of that now. I realize it was just like really negative for my mindset.
Sure.
Yeah, but I still am worried about the gambling issue on Twitch. I still think that's a major problem.
It's a little bit crazy, yeah, definitely.
Do you think that Twitch should actually like enforce it and not allow it?
Here's the hard part about the gambling stuff, and it's why I don't come down really hard on gambling people, is because I feel like it's a very short line from there to loot boxes.
Ooh.
Or mobile games. Mobile games especially, right? Like mobile games.
Genshin or something?
I don't know about Genshin, but like Lords Mobile and stuff, like these games are quite predatory, I would say, in the way that they get people roped in.
Yeah.
The daily awards, $5 a day, whatever shit. Like I would say that, I would argue that mobile games are roughly comparable to gambling. I don't think there's a world of difference there. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
Should Twitch take a stance? Because here's the thing. I don't blame individual broadcasters. This is like what I decided on.
Yep.
Because you can't.
It's like the Booba Girls. I don't think sexual content belongs on Twitch, but if they allow it, yeah, fucking go for it. Yeah, get the bag.
Yeah. Do you think that Twitch should take a stance as a platform to ban it? Because the argument would be you're introducing so many well, first of all, do you believe that young people actually are influenced to gamble as a result of these streamers? That's something that I can't.
So I love Train to death. I'll always love him. Okay, I love everybody because I love all people. But people like Train and XQC are full of shit when they're like,
people?
Yeah, I love black people. When they say things like, oh, like, I get paid whether my people go and gamble or not, and blah, 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 blah. Like, they're getting paid because people are going to gamble, right? The companies wouldn't be cutting them these huge sponsorships if people weren't actually going over to these platforms. So the answer is obviously yes, right? There's a reason why we're called influencers, because we influence people to do things. So that there are people that are going over and gambling. That is the case. Yeah, so the question is just like, is that like the type of thing that you want to promote?
Toughness rank 4. Where are you at?
That's up for Twitch to decide.
All your hard work spent mining has made an exceptionally tough, increasing your stamina by 10.
I don't like gambling that much.
Yeah.
Like I don't do gambling sponsors because I just don't like it personally. Maybe because I worked in a casino and just seeing the types of people that do and everything, I just feel like it's kind of
Learn
bad. I feel
master
like it preys on
mining.
too many negative human psychological
Where do we do that
cognitive
at?
biases. But like, it should
So
be
far
made
Peninsula?
legal? I don't know. I'm not sure. Or like against like the Twitch TOS. I don't know. I'd have to think about that. A lot.
Oh, baby.
Because like I said, I think there's a lot of like loot boxes and
Oh, we're
CSGO,
done.
like box shit. Like Train used to gamble a lot on like CSGO
We level
boxes.
it
Shit. I
up.
think that's kind of weird.
We're done.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have a strong position on it. I can probably be persuaded either way by good arguments or bad arguments or whatever. But
I think ultimately platforms should have some obligation to how
Looking for something special?
to what is going on their platforms. Like that's a really stupid statement. We have to start with like a really simple axiom to like, because otherwise you go down this weird hill where it's like now they're enforcing like all kinds of weird shit. But like I think at a very simple level you should say, does it cause serious harm psychologically or otherwise to people? Like so obviously like people just restreaming videos of schools getting shot up every day would be something that would be bad, right? We'd all know that.
Yeah.
So then like how far do we want to go from there? And so then the only question is like, well, where's gambling on that scale? And I think it's close enough to like provides like mental harm that it could be pretty safely argued that it probably shouldn't be on the platform.
probably, especially because they're like ultra super accessible these days. It's very easy to
Yeah.
just sign up, lose a bunch of money. If it's a crypto thing, it's like totally unregulated. It's kind of insane. So.
And it has the added effect too of taking away those alternate coins, which this is the behavior in mobile games as well. Like you get an alternate form of currency and you don't feel as attached to it as your US dollars.
Sure. I'll tell you somebody that got hooked onto online gambling. It was poker, but still, when I was like 22, 21, none of that money feels real as soon as it's hit the online shit. It's just
Oh, really?
a fucking number. Yeah. Yeah, dude. I remember when I first got into fucking Poker Stars. Holy shit, dude. You'd throw 100 on, throw 100 on, throw 100 on. As soon as
7
that shit was on
gold
the table, it was a fucking
the
digital number
ore?
to you.
What
It
about the
didn't feel
bar?
same. Whereas for casinos, if you go to an actual casino and you play poker, man, you get attached to every one of those chips. If you're at a fucking 1-3 table and you've got, you know, $1,500 in front of you, sometimes bets get a little bit scary. These are my babies. Okay, I don't want to send them out there. I don't know if I'm getting them back. But online, that shit just feels so much different. Like, it's so easy to just like bet. And well, fucking lost it all. Load up another $100. In my personal experience, maybe other people feel differently, but
I've been surprised how many
it is
top
worth
Twitch
a little
streamers
more.
gamble like on the side, and then like occasionally it
because
comes out.
the scary thing there is that, like, so when you look at like people like XQC and probably Train and Mitch Jones, these people are actually addicted to gambling. They have
Yeah,
a gambling problem,
but,
but they can
and, like,
disguise
Ludwig.
it. Oh, I didn't even know Ludwig did, but you can disguise it because
he used to have a really big gambling problem. Yeah.
yeah, because you get paid to do it, right? But I would argue that, like, I mean, you could argue that a lot of streamers have gaming problems, gaming addiction problems. But if you get
Good
paid to
point.
do it, you know, it's okay, right? I think at my height, I was playing StarCraft 2 like 16 hours a day. It's probably not good for you, but like, I'm a pro gamer and I'm a big streamer, so like, why not, you know? So
It's a lot harder to justify now that I poop sock Path of Exile for like 8 hours and I don't stream it, and I'm like, ooh. it's a lot worse, dude, when you don't get paid to do it, for sure.
yeah.
But I still have like a really like deep relationship. I still like play a shitload of video games, right? Like, like yeah, I don't know. Like, did your view of the world like expand when you went to YouTube? Like
a little bit. This is the best thing about YouTube, okay? YouTube is so huge and diverse, and it has so many different communities. I love that. I hated that on Twitch, there's really one community. So it's really fucking annoying that I'll have like this cunt cutie Cinderella, or I'll have like Hassan, this fucking bitch. And if either of these people don't like me, I'm axed out of like 95% of events. I'm completely fucked. Yeah, I don't like, are you serious? Because like 1 or 2 of these motherfuckers don't like me, I'm just fucked. That shit is so irritating to me. Whereas on YouTube, there's like 50 million different communities that you can associate with or be involved in or fight with or whatever. And that's like,
cancel out of all of them.
yeah, well, I guess you gotta be hard enough. But like, that's really cool. I really like that. I enjoy that. Yeah, whereas on Twitch, it was frustrating. Even as like a pretty large streamer, I'm just like completely cut out of all these events and everything because 2 people aren't like babies and don't
Did
like
that happen?
Yes.
Oh wow!
Like I could, like any event that Hassan went to, that OTK was doing, anything like that, because he's so cock-thirsty to network with every fucking big clout streamer on that platform. I couldn't go to a single event for anything. And then Cutie and Casey Tron got caught up with Weird Drumming and Bob 7 shit, so me and Melina kind of pushed to the side on a lot of those events too. But it was just super annoying that, like, I'm really close with XQC. I think I've got a pretty good relationship with SFan. I make really good content with Mizkip. We did really fun shit with Alinity and the Cutie Girl. Like, we have like good relationships with all these people, and we do good content with all these people. We get the big viewer numbers on their streams, but because Hassan has more clout sharking than me, and because he's got bigger viewership numbers, if there's ever a conflict between who to invite in an event, I'm always getting axed there because these guys won't ever show up in the same place as me. It's like, okay, well, fuck me. But just annoying. But on
and
YouTube,
this is
you don't
all
have to worry
done
about
like
it.
behind closed doors, right?
No,
Yeah.
not behind closed doors. Hassan very
Really?
openly has said he will never be at any place that I've ever gone to or whatever. Like, yeah, they very openly don't like me. Cutie is a little bit more.
So how does the thread is? It's him or me, and obviously because he has like more concurrent viewership, they always select for him every time.
Yep.
That's so stupid.
Feels bad, man.
The gatekeepers on Twitch are the streamers, which is always horrible.
Yeah.
But the gatekeepers on YouTube is the plot. But you have to fuck up so bad, I feel like, to like when I see like news like Alex Jones gets banned from like YouTube or something like that, I'm like, yeah, okay. Like you have to talk about interdimensional vampires eating babies in Congress to like get banned from YouTube. It's like super hard.
Sure.
But
A
like,
little bit.
on Twitch, like you said, it's like it's almost like this like organism that moves against you, and then you die. Yeah.
Yeah. To be fair, on YouTube, you could get axed if you're getting into certain dicey topics. Like if I've got a channel dedicated to talking about like I think that vaccines are misinformation or something, and you end up in like political hot water, you could get fucked on that. But generally on YouTube, you're pretty safe as long as you know not to be too fucking crazy on things.
I can't you broach those? So you get pretty close to the edge on some of those topics that.
Oh, this is gonna take a minute.
Definitely would have and did.
Yeah, I could get way more real on this platform. Absolutely, yes.
Yeah. I feel like you can have that conversation. Like the platform supports that conversation as long as you're not nuts. and
yeah, a little bit. I mean, like Russell Brand and Steven Crowder are on. Yeah, they're on YouTube, so that's that's kind of true. Yeah, you just have to be careful. Yeah, I also keep in mind I'm lucky enough that I'm privileged enough to be large enough that I can escape some of those issues. Because like I'm a huge establishment shill. I'll suck off any government official telling me vaccines are good, and I still got a video banned and banned from YouTube for 1 or 2 weeks because they counted my vaccine video as misinformation. And it was only because I was large enough on Twitter to be like, hey, can I get an actual manual review of this and not just some guy making sure the formula ran correctly? It was only after like a few days of that I was able to get that video like unbanned. So I'm kind of lucky they're on my side as well.
Yeah, I'll occasionally see them just absolutely execute somebody with like 500K subscribers and just like not. That's always kind of disconcerting. Usually those issues get resolved.
Hopefully, yeah.
Like yeah, by some kind of human. I feel like. So I was most interested in your move to YouTube because the time up to it, when Dan and I both told you that
it was always a matter of time. I know, yeah.
Yeah, in retrospect though, I don't know if it could have been any different because
maybe. I mean, it's hard to say. Like on Twitch, I'm making like anywhere from 10 to 20,000 a month on subs. It's hard to just be like, oh, I'm gonna say no to all of that money on the chance that eventually I'm gonna.
But the inevitability is no I know anyway, right?
Like, a little bit, but I mean, it had been quote unquote inevitable for like 3 or 4 years. I kind of felt
that's
like
true.
for a while.
That was all lost income if you had anticipated that. That's true.
And I also probably could have avoided it too. It took me, I've had a lot of personal growth over the last month or two, but something that I realized over the past like 1, 2, 3 months is I can do a better job at just strictly not engaging with certain types of people. So like I have completely removed myself from the insane like Vosh, trans advocate, like all of that like crazy Twitter shit. I got out of that completely, and that's been overall, that's probably one of the big reasons for my growth. Like I was actually a huge boon to a lot of those creators. Like I was feeding them views, I was doing really good for all of them, but I was like tearing myself down at the same time because these guys are all growing off of the drama that they're instigating with me and that I'm returning fire to them, and they're getting huge viewership off the backs of it, and I'm like losing platforms and getting like banned on shit. Whereas now that I'm like pretty much divorced from that, I'll cover stuff if there's like a big thing that comes up or whatever, but for the most part I don't fuck with them anymore. Like I look at Vosh's channel and he's stagnated for like a month. I think he's gotten 1,000 subs in the past month. His viewership is lower than it has been in almost 2 years or in over 2 years. And a lot of these other people just kind of like fell off and disappeared from the internet. That Jack Allison guy, he had to quit his podcast or whatever. The dude that like hunted me down and was like sending me fake emails, he had to quit because he had no viewership. Like a lot of these people just like fail out, and it's like, fuck, I should have just unplugged from these guys a long time ago. Why am I platforming these people, building their viewership up while they're like tearing me down and like banning me from everything, you know?
Do you remember when there was some time ago that I wanted to jump on and talk to you? I didn't know it was this easy to like just jump in the
talking
chat.
About the brand remanagement shit, kind of?
This was what that was about. Yeah, I actually was watching that arc and I was like, man, you just should not engage with these people, right? You know this intellectually that like the only way to really kill something is to ignore it. Right, well, on the internet.
I understand. It's just, it's hard because there's a lot of very deep stuff inside of me that I have to figure out in order to really feel that way. Because my issue and the way that I always approach the internet from 2016 onwards was I'll debate any person over anything if I feel like they're wrong about something. And that's really why I grew initially, is because I was a guy on the left that was willing to take on random fucks from chat, conspiracy theorists on racial realism, crazy people on the internet, and I was the only left-leaning person that would do that. And that was like, yeah, that was the reason why I grew initially politically. And it's always a feeling that I have inside of me. Like there are a lot of tweets that I still do it, even on stream. I'll write a tweet and I have to delete it. I'm like, fuck, it's not worth engaging with this person. But I want to fight because I'll see people say things that are so obviously wrong. Like, fuck, this is so stupid. It's like, is this worth it? It's probably not. I just delete it and you know, go on. It's really hard to, it's hard to change up.
Can we talk? I thought so much about this issue.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah. So I think that there is a huge, really important thing that's a difference between an original voice and an imitator. When you say something, it's because you want to say it. You're evoking that energy inside of you. That like I was exactly the same for me yesterday when I saw all of those articles coming out. There are people like Twitch ends exclusivity, stream wherever you want. When it clearly says in the fucking announcement, you can't stream on YouTube and Facebook still.
Sure.
And so many like S tier fucking.
Oh yeah, all of those headlines were so dumb when Twitch is hedging their bets so hard.
Yes.
And I'm so curious how many journalists were in contact with people at Twitch about like this is a little conspiracy, but like negotiating those headlines or talking about like the type of article they're planning to write. Was like, man, come the fuck on. Like this is bullshit. Yeah, no, that is true. Yeah.
Yeah. So in the exact same way,
when you engage with those people, what you're doing is you're lending them your original voice, but they are imitators. They start, many of those people you just referenced literally started their communities back on the back of you.
Yeah.
Right? And so when you lend them your original voice, you give them your power. And you absolutely can't do that. It's a vampiric relationship. It only drains you. Whereas if you evoke that original voice out to the community, out to the world, and out to an audience, you will invariably grow, right? And those people are just there to take bites out of you and take you down.
Yeah, probably, yeah. Yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah, that's all they do. Yeah.
Yeah, and so I'm really glad to hear that. It's interesting, like where you are, going now, because like you're talking to a lot of like people from different places you wouldn't have otherwise talked to, right?
Yeah, I kind of commented. It's like a political joke a little bit, but it's kind of weird that like getting away from the very progressive communities on Twitch into like more of this weird red pill stuff and everything it's a greater diversity of viewership than I've ever had before. Not viewership, but like of people that I'm talking to. Because now I'm like talking to real black people, not just like socialists or like 400, white people. Now I'm talking to people from all sorts of different ideologies, people from all sorts of different walks of life, different geographic regions, like different like political backgrounds. Like the diversity of viewpoints on my stream has increased quite a bit than like the shit hellhole that was, not to be mean, but was more or less being propped up by me on Twitch, right? And you're kind of saying that like that whole political scene on Twitch has basically died now completely because I'm gone. Because Hassan won't interact with anybody because he needs clout. And the only other big political streamer on that platform is that Central Committee guy, Mike from PA, and he's literally there hanging off the hairs off of Hassan's nuts. Like that's the only reason he's there. So the whole political scene basically died completely, and it's like, all right, well.
It's not advantageous to Hassan to engage with anybody because his platform in a vacuum is like actually he's actually following the same model we just talked about, right? The sort of original voice thing. He has that too. I mean, like we may disagree with it, but he is evoking a certain messaging to a community that I don't think he's like really getting from anywhere. It's like in his internal ideology. I'm sure it's based on like a bunch of different pillars of things, like all we all are. But ultimately, he's talking to an audience that's listening to him. Why engage with anybody else that could challenge that, right?
Yeah, of course. And that's kind of, I noticed that a while ago. That like, but that's been true of everybody. Like, why the fuck waste your time doing like cringe debates or whatever when you can just preach to a choir and do so much better? Like, why would you ever challenge yourself? Yeah, there's no reason to do it. Yeah.
When you dropped, so are you saying that the action of you dropping away from these kind of like, I guess like sinkholes that were like that is what allowed you to start talking to these more diverse like people? Like, and like when you
because
say
like, you understand opportunity cost, right? When you're putting time on one thing, you can't put time on another thing. If I'm spending all of my time fighting with trans people or fighting with crazy progressives or commies, like there's two things that are happening. One is I literally don't have the time to deal with another person. And two, this takes a lot of personal growth to get to, but like you have to be able to step outside of yourself and look at yourself and see what idea or what image you're selling to the public. And if you look through a lot of my stuff when I'm fighting with these people, the image that I'm truly selling, even if I don't think it's true, and even if I think if you dig deeper it's not there, is that I'm just a guy that really fucking hates progressives and trans people. It's kind of what it seems like. If you look through my Twitter, it's like he's always fighting with trans people, calling them ugly, doing things that maybe are transphobic but maybe not, fighting with progressives over them being too progressive. Like, it's at some point you become indistinguishable from progressive, or not a progressive, a conservative, or like a very far right person, depending on what you're looking at, right?
Good point.
Yeah, and like I don't think I know I'm not, and I know that if you dig deeper into my content, you're not. But like, how many people are you losing out on just because you're unwilling to change slightly your public presentation, right? Like, how many people do you lose out on there? And it's just at some point you have to realize it's not worth it. Why give so much and benefit all of these fucking losers so much to gain nothing?
Almost
to
200
lose
gold.
something, right? Because that's really what happened. Right? I lost Twitch, right? There was no point to that. I probably could have gotten by without losing that if I would have listened to the 4 million people or my YouTube editor. There were even a few people that I respected that would tell me like, hey, just stop talking to these people. It's not worth it. There's literally no fucking point in doing it. It's like, there is a point. There was a point to me because there was that me, 2 or 3 months ago that's like, well, hold on. I'm like the guy in the comic whose wife is like, honey, come to bed. And you're like, sorry, someone's wrong on Twitter. I'll be there in 6 hours,
Yeah, literally.
Yeah, literally. Actually, though, yeah.
Why did you feel like those particular fights were important to take? Because I've known you for so many years now, and I know that like one of the big reasons that you began this kind of whole journey was because you wanted to sway, you wanted to take on things that were important, like in like the discussion ecosystem, right? Like you like, why did you identify that stuff as important?
There's
enough
so
to take a fight on.
So here's like the big shift that's happened. About 3 months ago, if you would have asked me what is like the meaning of life, what is the purpose of life, I think I would have said the purpose for your life is to find the things that make you happy and fulfilled and pursue those things to the maximum of your abilities, and then do that. Have the best, funnest, coolest life that you can have. I think that's what you should go for. And
like hedonism, basically?
Kind of, yeah. And if I coast, I have that, right? I've got a ton of money, I've got a beautiful wife, lots of girls, I can fly around the world, like play video games all day. It's awesome. My life is awesome. It's almost picture perfect. I've read a few books, I've thought about a few things, and over the past few months, my mind has kind of shifted a bit into where I think that I think that there are different individuals on this planet that are very talented. Some people have really special and unique ways to contribute to the world in ways that other people can't. And I think there's actually like a moral crime that's being committed. I think you owe it to yourself and the world to pursue those unique talents or abilities. If I look back on my life when I'm 40 or 50 and I see that, like, what did you do with your life? And I was like, well, I streamed, I had a ton of fun, made a lot of money, made a lot of friends, blah, blah, blah. On a baser level, that's all like really cool. It's awesome. I can't like complain. I'm not gonna look back like, oh man, like I shouldn't have had so much fun. But there's that question of like, could you have achieved something way bigger? Is there something like really unique that you could have contributed to the world that only somebody in your position could have? Do you have a unique set of talents or gifts or platforms that put you in a position to do something bigger? And if you did, why not do something bigger? Why not go for it? And that's kind of like the change in thought I've had. So prior to this, fighting with people, like my whole goal was like, I just want to like, it sounds cringe, but like, I just want to find truth. Like I want to find the truthful positions of things and then fight and argue with people. If I think you're wrong about something, well, let's argue about it. That's all I wanted to do. But now as I've kind of like reformulated my mind a little bit more to being like, okay, well, I think there's probably some larger projects I can work on, some bigger change that I can effect in the world. And if that's the case, then arguing with every single random person that's incorrect, while it satisfies some hedonistic urge, it causes me to miss out on some larger fulfillment that I could have in contributing to my own virtues or contributing something bigger to the world. Oof, does that make sense?
It makes perfect sense. It's more aligned with a lot of what we've talked about over the years, you know? Like, some time ago, we talked about, like, the moral obligation that somebody that runs a platform, or actually, you know what, I want to word it more like you worded it, where the moral obligation of somebody who has a particular set of skills is way too Liam Neeson here, but like that is able to evoke that in such a way that could positively affect the world, ought do so, right?
Yeah.
Because there's so little of that. This is one of the things I did like in the last several years. I got really deep into Zen Buddhism. Okay. And like joined the temples, like started reading the scripture and the koans and everything. And it's really interesting because like ultimately nothing fucking matters, right? Like we're all just gonna die and become dust and like whatever, right? Okay. Yeah. So the only thing that you can do with your time is what you can do right now in this present moment. And then further, like all of the past iterations of you are no longer here. And this is what I think that this part is relevant to you. Sorry. Like, if you look at all of the past like iterations of Destiny, like all of the arcs, let's call them, right? All the manifesto stuff, all the right. None of that actually exists anymore. And it doesn't really like in any sense. Like there's some people have vague memories of it. Even you have vague memories of it. Most of it's already gone. So how you define yourself going forward is just based on your present moment and actions. And at any given time, you can completely change the arc of your life. Like you could just move to Greece overnight, stop streaming. You could do that tomorrow, in theory, right? So if you start shifting those present moments to like more of like making bigger change, I think that is like super fucking cool. And then my follow-up question that would be, what is that change? What are you have you started thinking about? Have you?
Yeah. So the long-term project that I have right now, and I keep saying this, but I haven't like started moving in this direction yet. Fuck. Hold on.
Yeah. No problem.
I need to get closer.
The longer-term project is I really want to work in a media company. That's like my long-term goal right now. But I haven't. Like a company, like having like a company like the Daily Wire, I think would be really cool.
Oh,
that's like a really long-term, really large-scale project that I want to work on. In the short to medium term, what I'm looking at right now is I'm trying to reach out and like intentionally like connect to a ton of other communities that I haven't. trying to do more like real life conversations. So like having Nick here was interesting, 14,000 viewer stream. Having Sneako here has been interesting. Then getting connected to all of those communities has been a lot of fun. I'm trying to strengthen the bridges I have with a lot of my YouTube friends. So like me and Abba have been talking quite a bit. I talk to more people off stream that I think are good to build human connections. I've got like a guy that I finally edited, or that I hired to do like editing and video content for real life events. So we've done like 2 or 3 events in real life where I've had him do a couple filmings for like college speeches I've given. I did like a thing where I talked to Tim Pool, Tulsi Gabbard, and I'm having him set up like a Change My Mind event in Texas, and I believe we're shooting for next month for that. That'll be interesting. Yeah, and then I'm trying to set up a real life. We're looking at a studio and video equipment to set up like a real life show with Aerodet and Dan about like dating stuff. Something that gets me like peripheral to the Red Pill space, but gets me like filming live content. Notice that like doing stuff in person is really, really, really good. Getting away from like just talking to everybody on the internet, I think is good. Yeah, going on. It's a different energy. There's something to be said for like interacting with people in real life, and I think it translates to the viewers as well. Like, have you ever seen that like Fresh and Fit podcast?
No.
Oh, fuck. There are just some shows that you can't do online. It's a totally different energy, like being there in person, and I think it translates to the viewer. People want to see that stuff in real life.
This is sort of there's like a rise of collaborative events on like live platforms that's happening. I think people are the pendulum sort of swinging back. I agree.
Yeah.
So you decided to. So a lot of these like communities are way different from the ones you hang out. Like you just mentioned, like Nick Fuentes. Isn't he like a super conservative like?
Well, maybe Nazi,
dude.
But...
Wait, what?
It might be a Nazi guy, but we can go with super conservative. If that makes you feel better.
I don't know. Like I don't. So, and Lauren Sutton, did you just say that as well?
I have in the past, although I think she's starting to move away from online content. I'm not 100% sure what her plans are. But yeah, I like one of my gifts, something that I can do uniquely well is I'm capable of communicating with a lot of different types of people. I do that better than almost anybody else on the internet, I think. And that's a gift I've been trying to like lean into more. Like I should be taking advantage more of that, which is why I've been trying to talk to like so many different types of people, because I'm really good at communicating with very different audiences.
I have to. Can I piss like I gotta piss on the course going back, but all right.
That's still recharging.
Everybody stand for hamster, guys.
That's still recharging.
You think Cloudflare will drop phones eventually? No shot. And I hope they don't. That would be really weird if Cloudflare started getting involved in like who should or shouldn't be on the internet. Isn't Cloudflare kind of seen as like the, I wouldn't say they're like a freedom of speech platform, but
So the community you moved into, it seems like is like much more accepting of like discourse, and yet I guess most people would perceive as far right. Like, what's up with that?
Well, some of them are far right. Like Fuentes and Lauren are definitely far right.
Yeah.
But like a lot of other creators are just more, they just like to have conversations. Like they are more interested in having challenging conversations.
Because of their political affiliate, like despite their
no, just because of like who they are as people. It's not really political. Like a lot of these people aren't like, they're not like ultra political. They just.
So would you say that you're judging your relationships based on individuals rather than the communities they associate with at this point?
I think it's always kind of been like that. Like I'm always a little bit like that. Like if you treat me as like a decent human being with respect, I'll generally be like decent towards you. Something that it took me a long time to learn, unfortunately, is that how people act in real life has almost nothing to do with their political views. Like those two things are almost completely disconnected. It took me a long time to learn that. Like I have a lot of progressive friends, or had, that are just like snaky, backstabbing fucks. They're just not good people at all. And there are like a lot of like weird kind of racist conservatives or whatever that are like decent, friendly, fun people, even to like people that they're supposed to be racist against. Like as weird as that is. So yeah, I that was a big thing in my mind. I like learning to totally disconnect somebody's political ideology with who they are and how they act as a person. Hassan is a really great example of that, right? Like ultra super capitalist. Trainwrecks was calling it out for so long, and I was always defending Hassan, but in the end, I mean, Hassan ended up being like the king capitalist, like 100%.
Why do you say that?
Because Hassan fell into I think it's that Baudrillard guy, that French dude or whatever, it said this, or it might have been a different guy, that Cuck Philosophy guy cites him. But I think there was some philosopher, and he said that one of the unique things that capitalism does is it integrates the criticism of itself into itself in a way that is highly commodified. So anybody that becomes a harsh critic of capitalism will invariably find success within capitalism that causes them to perpetuate the system. So, yes.
That makes sense.
Yeah, so if I talk about something like Hassan, hardcore socialist, hates the system, very much against big business.
But makes so much money that...
Yeah, what is he, though? He lives his life like a hardcore consumerist. He's got tons of jewelry, big dude, brags about fucking porn stars, lives in a $3 million mansion in WeHo, like, works for the largest company in the world, Amazon, gets exclusivity contracts to run tons of ads. Like, he's like the king capitalist, like, super networky, clout sharky, only deals with politicians that are really popular. So yeah, that's like, it's kind of like an interesting thing that, given his set of political views, you would never guess how somebody like that lives their life. And I found that to be true for most people, you know? But that took me a long time to learn.
But the type of person he is, I think even you've like interacted with him in real life and like had like it's been pretty benign, right? Like I think like actually meeting him a few times seems fine. Like,
yeah, he's not like he's not a horrible person. Like Hassan would never be caught like raping or murdering puppies or something, right? He's not a bad person. But you would never be able to predict how he acts in terms of his business, his political life, his business and his personal life. You'd never be able to predict that from his politics, I don't think, right?
I guess what I'm saying is like in the case you're bringing up, that's like a hypocrisy. But in the case you're bringing up with the others, you're actually saying like despite it's the opposite, right? Like despite really weird views, they're actually really nice people.
Yeah,
like,
that's kind of like the weird thing, right? Yeah. Or like I've talked to some like conservatives. I've like talking like off stream sometimes to like the Lauren person. Like she'll mention that like, oh yeah, like I used to have like these certain beliefs or feelings, but like I've got like there are people that live next to me that are like a couple close like Muslim friends, and they go out and they like hang out and they do stuff all the time. She's like, oh, I just thought that was kind of a funny experience. Like, yeah, interesting. That like the more you get to meet people and like, interact with people in real life, you kind of have evolving viewpoints on stuff, and that's probably true of like most people. But it's hard to predict how people will act personally given like a set of like political views, whereas I used to think I could predict that perfectly before. Or like look at all the progressives and the horrible treatment I would argue that I've had at the hands of a lot of these people, and it's not like but
one of the things that maybe is coming up here is like you said you sought out like truth for a really long time, and maybe like just to define what is truth, and now maybe you're more interested in broadcasting truth to other people. Like this is what we have to be really careful with these like with the media company and things like that, like trying to get the right information to people, more right information to more people. Is that safe to say?
Kind of. Yeah, when I say truth, I'm speaking like in a very like just like making sure you have like the right facts and figures about certain types of like political events.
Yeah.
Not like truth in terms of like how to be a good person. That's stuff I wasn't as interested in before. I didn't really talk about or care about that as much.
Before, but now you are?
Yeah, I have a much greater interest in it now, yeah.
Why? That's really interesting.
Because I think that it's a message that's sorely lacking, and I think that like my autistic way of like I think there are like two types of people that move throughout the world. I think you've got people that like to autistically break down like every little fact and data point and like study. That's how I work. I like that. I enjoy that. And then I think you've got other people that are more narratively driven. And I think that's like the human story. I think humans are more, they want stories and narratives and larger things in life to grasp onto. And one thing that I've tried really hard recently, and I think I've had a lot of success with it, is one is I took a brief pit stop back into Christianity, and I started reading more stuff in that world to try to like map that onto my understanding of like, well, what are my values and everything. And then I've kind of like taken that and I've adopted that messaging to try to give people more coherent views of the world using my values, but in a way that's not just like, well, guys, I think that you should probably move to a smaller city because there's a 32% chance that you're gonna have a 54% higher income, blah, 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 blah. Rather than like giving like these types of like very heavy data-driven arguments, very heavy statistically driven arguments, I like to speak more in allegory or Jungian archetypes, like stuff like this basically to kind of like get people to understand what I'm saying, yeah. And I think I probably had a lot more success with that because that's how most human beings like navigate the world or think about things.
Yeah, man. It sounds like you've gotten a bit more spiritual.
Yeah, the spirituality part is something I've dove into a lot recently. Yeah.
That's so cool, man. That's my shit. That's my vibe. I'm so happy about this. Like, what you say you've.
Did you avoid proud there to not sound condescending?
It's just that I feel like I've been saying this to you for a long time. so like I like even back like 6 years ago, I was like, man, like you've gotta stir the pot. Like if the soup comes and there's nothing in it, it's just hot water.
Sure.
Like life's about what you put in the soup.
Okay.
So what what values did you said you've like? I assume that you know these values, right? That you've established.
Which
like
one,
so?
or what
so,
do you mean? Which values?
Well, you said that you've established what you went back to Christianity and you and for a bit. But I assume this means you studied it. I don't think you. Like
I used to be. I grew up Catholic. I think I said that for about 16 years. Then I became an atheist. And then as of recently, I've been reading these books by C.S. Lewis guy. So it's helped me like map stuff onto things I already know to be true. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is, from that, and maybe from a bunch of other places in the last few months, you probably, you said you've started establishing a system of values that you talked about that kind of goes beyond like data-driven points, and my question would be, what are those values?
What are those values? Like in a very fundamental sense, or?
I can't cast that yet.
Wait, hello?
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Wait. What more?
What do you
specifically?
think? Yeah. What do you mean?
Yeah. What more? Well, so like here. I think that the fuck. The thing is that I haven't really changed any of my beliefs. I've changed the presentation of them quite a lot. Can you ask me a more specific question and I'll give you an answer?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So if you define this change by you revisiting the things that you, I just want to like, I don't want to complicate this with dumb words. I'm just trying to really say.
Yeah, you're fine. You're good.
If you, there's things that are important to you, and I'm not talking about like the encyclopedia. I'm talking about like what we're talking about. We're in the realm of spirituality. Okay? Like these things that you think are important. Think about and
fucking gargoyle
to broadcast to people. You have said now that the way that you communicate with people, and because you have a platform that's especially relevant, right? The way you communicate with people is changing due to you revisiting some of the fundamental values that you have. You point out and you say this is an important thing to think or to think about at least. And my question would be, and I'm like genuinely really always excited to hear about like what those values are for people. And so like you kind of have to know the whole conveyor belt to like where the end of it is like you communicate that out to like a stream or like to a show or a podcast or something. But like right in the fundamental like base of it, like the seed of it is, you know, I believe that all people XYZ, like that kind of shit. Like that's what I think.
Okay.
Like that, yeah.
Have you seen the Kurtz Gazette video of the egg or whatever?
The egg. I've seen a lot of those videos. Which one's the egg?
It's like a short story by a science fiction author about how you're like every person on the planet.
No, I don't think so.
Well, okay, if I can't use that, I'm gonna have to use a Christian allegory, okay?
Oh, good. Yeah, let's go.
Boy. So, oh God, get ready.
I'm so ready. I love this shit, dude.
Yeah. So when God commands us to treat your neighbor as you'd want to be treated, right? Arguably, in every person, there is a bit of Christ, right? The goodness that we do stems from the redemption that God has allowed us via the sacrifice of his son and everything, right? So every time you're good to another person, you're good to the Christ in them, and it's Christ acting through you that enables you to do that goodness. Does that make sense? That,
sort of.
That when you're good to people, there's a goodness inside of you that is kind of reaching out to other people, and you're interacting with their goodness. So when you're treating others, to make this secular, when you treat others as you want to be treated, there's a part of their humanity that you're treating in a way, and in a way it reflects on you, and it begs for you to be treated in a similar way. Does that make sense?
No, I'm sorry. I'm really thinking about it, but I don't get it yet.
When there is, in a way, we all have kind of like a shared humanity, right? We're all humans.
Yes.
Okay. There is like a certain amount of respect that I would demand for myself to be treated, right?
Okay.
And I want to be treated that way. I need to put that energy out into the world with the way that I interact with other people. if for no other reason, because I'm treating them, I'm seeing a little bit of myself in every other person, right? You could have been any other person. We all have these commonalities as human beings. And when I treat another person with love or respect or dignity, in a way, it reflects on how I view myself in some kind of way, right? That whatever behavior, yes, okay, that makes sense? Yeah.
It makes perfect sense. And that's they're very old. Like this goes back to, like you said, Christianity, Hinduism. Absolutely. These are precepts we can find in thousands of years of human history. Yeah.
So if that is the case, right? If that is the case, I'm gonna steal another. I'll steal another allegory from C.S. Lewis. Every time we act in a certain way towards somebody or towards something, every time we act, we would view ourselves internally as giant blocks of marble. And when you act in a way that is a vice, you're striking against the marble in a way that you're sculpting something ugly or bad. And when you act in a way that's virtuous, you're sculpting out something that looks good or is beautiful or is whatever, right? Every time you act towards another person, the actions that you are putting out into the world are shaping the type of person that you are internally, the way that you view yourself and the way other people see you. And hopefully, it's begging some sort of reaction from the universe, right? That as you act in certain ways, you're on a journey, whether you like it or not, or whether you're intentional or not, when you act in certain ways towards other people, you're carving out some internal view of yourself that is kind of like carving a block of marble that is good and virtuous. And ideally, as you treat others that way, and as you put that out into the world, other people are kind of inspired to respond in similar manners. Does that make sense?
Bro, it makes perfect sense. I'm completely that it's your voice that's telling me this.
Yeah, pretty cringe.
Because I was the one shaking the stick and chanting, and now you're there. Like, so you're suggesting that there is a universal nature that brings back, energetically brings back what you put out. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, but I would say it without all the spiritual cringe shit. But I would use spiritual cringe shit because it's how people
get away from it.
Well,
now.
it's how people think about things. But yeah, I would say that basically, like, and when you look for it, you can actually see it in ways that if you're not looking for it, you won't see it. That when I act in certain ways towards certain people, that it puts out that type of message into the world. It encourages people who see the way that I'm acting to act in that way. And every action you do, it's kind of like moving everybody in a certain direction. So as somebody that is kind of like a figurehead or thought leader or influencer or whatever the fuck I would be, a streamer, the way that I treat other people and act towards other people is leaving a mark on me, and it's putting out like a certain type of drive into the universe to move everybody in a certain direction. So every time you see me go online and fight with somebody or do something, it kind of encourages you to engage in that behavior. Even if I think it's worthwhile, even if I think it's justified, it's still encouraging people to move in that direction. Or anytime I'm nice or treat somebody with respect or kindness, that moves people in like another direction. And I think trying to be able to see into that other realm of, I'm going to use that cringe word, spirituality, trying to see into that world can put me on a guiding path more that I wouldn't have seen before. I fucking hate this song. I hate it as much as I ever can. But I was on a show a while ago, and some girl ended up bringing out like she wanted to say something like, oh, like I've heard behind the scenes that like Hassan is, you know, a big womanizer or maybe been in Providence or something or whatever. And as soon as I heard that, as much as I hate Hassan, I would never want anybody to say that about me, and I don't ever want anybody to think that that type of vague statement is ever okay in a universal sense. So I said something. I was like, hey, listen, like if you don't have any concrete proof, we're not going to do that here. We don't bring out anything like that ever. We're never doing that against somebody. And when I look for it more, I notice that people appreciate that kind of stuff. And what's more, if you appreciate it, it's probably something you're a little bit more likely to do in your own life. So as long as I'm putting out like those types of interactions or those types of vibes or energy or whatever the fuck you want to call it, not only am I kind of sculpting my own statue, in a way I'm kind of like enabling other people to move in similar directions. Does that make sense?
It makes perfect. Have you ever heard of the Buddhist idea of a bodhisattva? Okay, so a bodhisattva is so everyone in Buddhism, this is a really big generalization, but a lot of people in Buddhism are seeking enlightenment, right? Okay. The idea that you go inside yourself enough that you meditate or you come to awakenings or realizations that you basically escape what we call samsara, which is suffering. Okay. That basically the whole world is predicated on suffering. Everyone is fucking suffering. Everyone is suffering together, which is really cute, but still everyone's fucking suffering as well. So we want to get out of that. Enlightenment is the way out of that in a really general sense. What a bodhisattva does is they say, I've reached the point where I see the path to that realization. But rather than do so, I'm going to stay within this realm and help as many people as possible.
Okay.
And because I've identified that reducing human suffering and reducing through positive successive action, which is what you're talking about, right, is a greater goal and means more to me than the selfish action of pursuing one's own enlightenment. Like, because pursuing one's own enlightenment is actually a self-defense, right? Because you're basically saying fuck everyone else. I'm like escaping the wheel.
Sure.
And so this sort of tendency that you've embodied, to me, I like that analogy. Like you now believe that successive positive action creates these outcomes in the world that are outside of yourself and reduce suffering, and you've done that at the behest of your previously hedonistic view.
Yeah. Have you ever read any of C.S. Lewis?
No, I haven't.
So he has
I'm a big like Jung guy, like
Sure.
like all that weird shit. Yeah.
So he's got a book called The Great Divorce, which is an interesting story. Basically, what the story is I'm gonna spoil, but I don't know if that matters. Spoiler alert if anybody wants to read this story, I guess. It's a short book. It's like 90 pages long, or maybe 100 pages long. But basically what it is a guy shows up in a city that's like a gray town, and what you later find out is the city that he's in is purgatory, kind of. And what happens is there's this bus that shows up, and the bus will take you from purgatory to some very beautiful place that's hard to understand. And what happens is when you get there, so you are a ghost, okay? When you show up in this area as a ghost, everything is like, it's difficult to stand there, everything is very solid, you're very transparent, the blades of grass hurt your feet, you can't pick anything up. When you get to this area, it's obviously very beautiful. Obviously this is like heaven, or heaven is beyond this area. You can see a mountain range where heaven is. There are all of these spirits that will come to the bus, and the spirits try to argue with people for why they should go to heaven. But the ghosts that come from the bus always have good arguments for why they want to go back to purgatory or remain in hell.
Are you fucking kidding me?
There's a lot of interesting series of dialogues where you get people for a variety of reasons that basically debate their way out of like finding salvation in heaven because they have these very earthly reasons for why they want to remain in hell. And there are two aspects to that story that I found interesting. Is that one is that in a way I kind of saw myself as being part of those ghosts because I have very good reasons for why I should always fight with worthless fucking